Sige.
Mayong buntag, everyone, and welcome to another Zoom board review. We welcome our reviewees who are with us via Zoom and here with us at the USAP training hall. Today, we are in for another enlightening session that will undoubtedly deepen our understanding and spark our enthusiasm for structural geology lab. So we welcome again another familiar face who has a passion for geology and his infectious passion will leave us confident for the board exam 2024. Please welcome again our speaker, Dr. Carlo L. Piani.
Take one. So they connect points of the same elevation. Para make mistakes. Pwede. Yes. Okay, sige. Pag tumingin ka ba ng mapa, ikaw pa din. Sa taas ka tumitingin, sa gilid, sa ilalim. Taas. Basic question yun. Kasi may nagtanong din sa aking estudyante, pag nakatingin ba tayo sir ng mapa, laging pataas? Iniwan ko siya, lumabas ako ng pinto. Kainis naman. Okay, sabi niya hindi pwedeng mag-intersect. Do you agree? Yes, of course not. When you have an overhang, okay? Mari, if you're a rock climber, going up like this, di ba may overhang, not hangover, overhang. So, if we are going to contour this, okay, this is 800, 850. Or should I say 850, 800, 750, 700. And then we project them pataas. So here, this would be 800. Correct. This would be what? 8. No, so this is 850. So what would happen to the 800? So they can intersect. When you see a dashed line there, right, it means that there is an overhang. So in situations like this, expect contour lines to intersect. Understood? Okay. So in understanding topographic maps, of course, we now understand about contour lines and now we talk about the scale. Correct. If I enlarge that twice, what would be the new scale? If I enlarge the map twice, I photocopy it, enlarge it, what would be the new scale? What, huh? So, has to be 1:12,000. So, pag nakasulat dyan is 1:24,000 at saka yung bar scale meron doon sa ilalim. Sabay-sabay ko silang i-photocopy and then I enlarge it 3 times. Would the bar scale still apply? Would the bar scale still apply? Yes or no? Together with this, I enlarge the map thrice. Will the bar scale still apply? Yes. Because if I enlarge this would be also be enlarged. Right? Alam mo, maiwan lang to. But the ratio scale would not apply. Understood? Kasi when you enlarge it, this would also be enlarged. This one, alam mo, maiwan ito. Galing naman ng photocopy na iwan, ito lang in-enlarge. Get it? But the ratio scale would not apply. And that is what I am saying to my students and even some of those already practicing geology, that whenever they enlarge it, and they would tell me, sir, that's still 1:10,000. Right? When you go to the field, you have a base map with you. Sometimes you enlarge it, sometimes you reduce it. Oftentimes they want to reduce it because they want to bring a map with them that would not be difficult to bring. So what they do, they reduce it. And then they start plotting. So for example, at the Mines Geoscience Bureau, the scale of landslide mapping is 1:10,000. So some geologists, they just go there using a maybe an A4 size bond paper, right? And then they start plotting, and that is where the mistake come in. Because if we reduce it twice, it will become 1:5,000. So in situations where the landslide is already too small, for example, the field is small, it may not be mappable at 1:5,000, but it will be mappable at 1:10,000. So there are features that will be lost if you actually reduce the map, or should I say, if you reduce the map. So there are consequences. That's why even in plotting of the structures, you have to know the consequences when you reduce it or when you enlarge it. Are we clear on that? So if the mapping really of what you are doing would be 1:10,000, if that was what your boss told you to do, you bring a 1:10,000 base map. Okay? Wala namang batas na sinasabi ang mapa ay hindi pwedeng i-fold. Of course not. You base it, you fold it like that. Okay lang malukot yan kasi in the field you also bring a base map that you put it in the base camp. Right? Doon mo ididikit tapos you replot it there. Clear? So when we enlarge that 1:24,000, nasa yung camera? Nagulo mo sa sarili ko. So when we enlarge it, so that would actually be 1:12,000, but the bar scale would still apply. So we now have a review and a clarity about the contour lines and of course the scale. Can contour interval, is contour interval constant? Ay, constant ba ang contour interval? Always constant in a particular map. When I say contour interval, 1:2, for example, in that case, right? So the interval there would be around, so that's 250, so that would be around 10. Tig to 10, tama? 10 ba lahat yan? Dapat. The contour interval should be constant. Okay. So maliwanag na ha, that all contour lines are horizontal lines. They connect points of the same elevation, and the scale changes depending if whether you reduce it or enlarge it. And of course, the bar scale would still apply, and the interval would be the same. So that's why if we project that on the map, that would be like that, right? And you actually learned already how to make a cross section. But before we go to that, if you're gonna look at it again as a matter of review, which again is also very important when we analyze geologic structures that I will demonstrate later. Whenever rivers, okay, cross, okay, whenever contour lines cross a river, the V points upstream. Why? Why is it that contour lines, whenever they cross the river, they point upstream? The V points upstream. Why? Hmm. Hello, alam mo ha. Iikot tayo. Why? Do you know? Ikaw, why? You know why I'm telling this? Because NAMRIA only uh, traces major creeks or major rivers. As a geologist, you should be able to detect where are the other creeks. In fact, it's not just about creeks, also gullies. And gullies are important in landslide mapping because normally at the headwater of the gullies, that is where landslides start. So in that case, therefore, you should be able to know where the gullies are. So again, a question. Why is it that the contour lines, whenever they cross a river, the V points upstream? Huh? The rule of this is just a rule. It's not really a rule. It's factual. Because I can always come up with a rule, but the rule will not apply in other concepts. But in this case, it's actually gonna think about it. It's not a rule. It's what it is. Okay, again. Sir, napaka-busy mo dyan. Stress na stress. Ganyan mga estudyante ko eh. No? Parang pag takot na takot eh, parang kung wari di nakikita. Ako palukuhin ninyo sa tigal-tagal. Ayan, hawakan natin. Hawakan mo to. Pwede ba hiramin ito? Okay? Dito ka. Magandang umaga. This is the ridge. This is the valley. Or this is where the creek, river, or gully develop. Okay? So contour lines connect points of the same elevation. If I have a point here, right, say 100, can the contour line just simply cross like that? No, because this is of different elevation. So as I have said, contour lines connect points of the same elevation. It maps out the surface that has or points within that surface of the same elevation. So imagine this is a horizontal line. Okay? Horizontal line. It will not go like that because it's no longer horizontal. Correct. So it touches this point over there. Get it? Kasi lahat ng point na to of the same elevation. Kung 100 ito, this is 100, 100. Yung corresponding na 100 is nandito sa ilog. Hindi dito because this is lower. Correct? So this horizontal line now is able to touch it like this. So it points like this. It's like pointing like that. Get it? Kaya nga sinasabi ko sa inyo, salamat, wala kang silbi. Ano? Ngayon, thank you. No? Pasensya, hindi naman ako, you might be offended. Yan lang talaga ako magsalita. So that's why people, you cannot proceed in structural geology. Oftentimes, my students fail, not in the lecture, but in the lab. But the lab comprises 50% of their grade and 50% for the lecture. Because the lab is important, that is where you would understand if they understand the concept of structural geology. But you cannot understand structural geology if you don't know the basic of topographic maps. Is there anyone here who still does not understand? Because I am willing to explain it. Did you understand? Kayo, okay? So that's why if you're gonna look at this, all the rivers there, you can even continue it up. You can even trace it like this, going up, then up to that portion, right? So may ilog dito, there's a river there. So where else can we actually trace? Okay, so obviously this is the ridge, right? So the river, you can have a river there or a creek goes up this way and then it goes like that. Okay, so there are a lot of creeks here that have not yet been traced. Another one, you can also look at this one here. So there is a gully that developed there. That's why that is important. No? So if we're looking at the topo map, say at 1 is a 10,000 scale, and you're able to map out several gullies, they're quite dense. That's already a reflection that the slope is actually what? Weak. Siyempre, kung marami kang gullies kunod, that yun yung mga highly erosive, madaling ma-erode. So if there are a lot of gullies, it tells you that the slope is weak. So that would have the what? It would be rated as high landslide susceptibility. So you can have even a gentle slope that would have high landslide susceptibility when you have this. So that's why that is also very, very important. So in geomorphology, you have also learned about the different patterns, right? Drainage patterns. Correct? So pag dendritic yung pattern, anong kinokono doon? Baka pare-pareho yung lithology niya. Okay? So that's why also, when you see a map, so this is a cross-section, and this is a map, correct? So if we project that up, so these are all horizontal beds. So when you see a structural contour, when I say it's a structural contour, that or a structural contact, it can be a fault contact, it can be a conformity, or it can be a bedding contact. In this case, we're talking about a bedding contact. So you see here that the contact between A and B is horizontal and B and C are horizontal. So this is why these are all horizontal beds. So when you see the bed contacts to be parallel to topographic contours, automatically the beds are horizontal. Because contour lines are horizontal. Therefore, if bed contacts are horizontal, they are all horizontal lines. Horizontal contact. So isang tingin nyo pa lang ay horizontal yan. Then you go to the field and you can verify. If they are not horizontal, then you would say there is something wrong with the geologic map. Clear? So let's talk about the dipping plains. So horizontal beds, no more problem with that. So easy. Kahit patamba ka ng board exam, ano ba yan? Napakadaling tanong yan, tinanong pa. Di ba? Walang ngingiti. Now, yesterday I asked already about Bronton compass. And we know that needles, they do not rotate. They are not supposed to rotate because they are aligned parallel to the magnetic north or magnetic south. And whenever we use the Bronton compass, we simply don't use them. If you go to higher latitudes, you have to know the declination correction, right? Because the geographic poles do not coincide with the magnetic poles. But we make use of the Bronton compass to locate ourselves on the map. But the maps utilize geographic coordinates, and therefore the reference frame there is the geographic north and geographic south. Correct. Now, my second question is in relation to that. Okay. Halika nga. Ikaw. Eh, bakit baliktad ang west and east dyan? North, south, west, and east. Pero sa Bronton compass, north, east, west, south. Why? Na. Pwede ba natin distribute sa kanila, ano? Para i-distribute ko bawat lamesa. Buksan ninyo ang Bronton Compass nyo. Parang nagkakaintindihan tayo bago tayo mag-proceed sa structures mismo. Hindi mo alam? Ikaw, alam mo, tignan nyo lahat. Oh, so you know? Do you know? Okay, tama. Okay, ha? Ah, di ba? Sabi ko nga, sabi natin, hindi dapat umiikot yung needle. Hawakan yung Bronton compass, ikot kayo. Tingnan natin kung nag-rotate. Your needle is always aligned para to the magnetic north, magnetic south. So hanapin nyo yung north. Ituro nyo sa north yung Bronton compass. Hanapin nyo kung saan yung north. Yung may hawak ng compass, tumayo. Tayo. Hanapin ninyo. Pag magkakaib pa yung direction, nako. O bakit ikaw pa ganun? Ito pa ganun sa north mo. Okay, check nyo nga yung mga katabi ninyo kung totoo yung tama sila. Okay, sige ha. Para maintindihan ninyo, people, yung mga nakatayo, tumingin sa akin. Tama na ba? Pwede mo naman ganun, di ba? Sige na nga. Okay, dito na ako haharap. Ito north, correct. Nasa ng west. Turo ng kamay ninyo. Kamay hindi yung Bronton Compass. Kamay. Kamay. Okay, tama. Now, turn ninyo yung Bronton Compass towards the west. Tama ba? Ano na? Pero yung north needle no, dito pa rin nakakonect. Pero yung needle ninyo, nakapoint siya sa west already. Because this direction over here, correct? This pointing needle points to that direction. Kung saan nakaturo yung needle ng compass, nasa west siya. Correct? So, naintindihan niyo kung bakit binaliktad. Kasi kung east yung nilagay nila, kung sinunod nilang east yan, magkakagulo. Naintindihan ninyo? Get mo? Hindi. Ulitin ninyo para maintindihan ninyo. Imagine ninyo that the Bronton compass, ito yung sinusundan west-east. Pero ituro nyo ngayon sa west, tuturo pa rin ba siya sa west? Or nakaturo siya sa east? Imagine niyo pag yung actual. Nagets nyo? The reason why they change it for direct reading. So yung mga hindi naintindihan, silipin yung Bronton bago tayo mag-proceed. Tayo, tingnan nyo para maintindihan nyo. You know what? Structural geolab is the most difficult to teach. Diba? Ganyan to. Ito na lang, patong natin sa lamesa. Diba? Patong nyo. North nakaganito. So dapat ito ay west. West. Tama? Ito dapat east. Correct. So iikot ko ngayon siya sa west. So nasa west siya. So pag ito ay naka-east, yun west, baliktad. Kakaproblema tayo. Direct reading. Get it? Kayo, nakuha nyo na. Kayo. Kayo. Okay. Now that you understand the use of the Bronton compass perfectly, but you still need to practice. Okay? Now we talk about strike and dip. What is strike? It is the intersection of the wrong. It is not the intersection. What is the strike? It's not the intersection. It's what? Yes? It's the horizontal plane. So it is the direction. Now, remember, what do we do with the Bronton compass whenever we talk about the dipping planes? If I am a plane that is dipping, what do we do with this? We put the Bronton compass like this. What do we do with the Bronton compass? We make it horizontal. Correct. And that horizontal, using the bubble, we make it horizontal like this. Because the strike is the direction of the line formed by the intersection of the imaginary horizontal plane and the dipping plane. So Bronton compass, just like the mean sea level there, they act as a imaginary horizontal plane. In geometry, the intersection of two planes form a line, and the direction of that line is the strike. Clear? Okay? So that's very important. It's not just this intersection, it's the direction of that intersection. Kaya natin ginagawang horizontal si Bronton compass. Okay? Because that is your imaginary horizontal plane. Now, let's go to your exercise now. Let me just skip this, right? By the way, you look at this. What is this direction? Yung gusto ko yung buhok mo. Yung may hawak ng... Yan, ikaw, yeah. What is this direction? North? Northwest, correct. What is this direction? Huh? Okay, what is this direction? Okay, good. Now, we go to your exercise. We know that strike and strike in particular can be expressed in two forms. One in terms of what? The azimuth, and the other one is in terms of? Okay. No, it's not a bearing. We call it a quadrant method. Okay? So here, again, this is the north. This is the west. That is the east. That is the south. Correct. So in item number 10035. So in terms of azimuth, this is 0. This is 90. This is 180. And this is what? 270. Now take note, when you express the strike in terms of azimuth, it's always 3 digits there. Okay. So for item number 1, what is the strike of 10035? We go to your exercise. The strike is 100 and then the dip angle is 35. What is the quadrant expression of that azimuth reading? What? Huh? South? South what? 10 degrees east. Dipping 35. Tama? Is this correct? South? 100. So 100 is over here, there. Okay? So what is this? South? South what? 80 degrees east. Correct. Tama ba? Tama? Correct. Because in the quadrant method, as a matter of rule of geology, it should always point to the northern half of the hemisphere. Either it's due north within this quadrangle, north something west, or north something east. So the reference is always the north. Okay, that's why we read it either due north or going that way within this upper hemisphere there. So in that case, therefore, when you talk about 100, 100 should be on the other side. And that should be what? North? North what? North 80? Anong north? Anong north to 80 west? Niloloko niyo ako ha. Pag ako nag-walk out dito, bahala kayo. Hindi, joke lang. There. So this is 0, this is 90. Talk about 100. 100 is over there. So that is 10. So that is north, 80 west. Okay? Where is it dipping? In what direction? North, 80 west. Dipping where? In what direction? So this is 35. What is its dip direction? That is where the right hand rule comes in. In the azimuth, take note, in the azimuth, okay? The azimuth, a standard that is used and also adopted in the Philippines because we adopt the American system, the right hand, okay, always points to the dip direction. The left hand points to the strike. If you are using the right hand, the thumb points to the strike, the four fingers point to the dip direction. Okay, if I'm just simply using my right hand, the thumb points to the strike, the four fingers point to the dip direction because we know that the dip direction is always perpendicular to the strike. Okay, so when you have 100 and 35, what is the dip direction of this? Huh? So it is southwest. Therefore, this is tama. Kasi yung kamay mo, 100 nandyan. Yung four fingers mo, napakapangit, ganyan. Correct? Tama. Okay, sige nga. Can you do the exercises B to J? I'll give you 5 minutes. Yeah? O, 10 minutes. Ah, akin ba to? Nag-assume ako, hindi pa pala sa akin. Thank you, ah. Ano ba to? Ah, Okay, so let's start answering. Okay, let's go to item B. North 50 west, 30 southwest. What is the answer? Huh? 130? Ano sagot nyo? 330, 130 o what? Ano? 310? Ano ba? North 50 west. North 50 west. Saan ba North 50 west? This is north, right? North 50 west is here. It's dipping towards the southwest. Correct. So what's the answer? 1. So it's 130 kasi you should read it on the other side. Correct. Kasi right hand rule, andun yung ngayong kaliwang kanang kamay. Correct. So the answer is, what's the answer? 130. Okay? 30. Next. 045, 45. 045 is over here. So that is the strike. So where is it dipping? So it's dipping towards the southeast. So what should be the answer? Okay. So the other one is north 75 west. North 75 west. 28 southwest. No, north 75 west is here. Tama. It's dipping southwest. So the reading is 1. What? Talaga? Sigurado kayo? This is 75, ha? So, sa kabila ay? Ha? Ano na? Ano ba talaga? Ano sagot mo? Ewan ko sa'yo. 105. 105? And 105? 28. Okay? So, do you now understand? Kuha na ba? So that's why when you're actually reading literature, of when you see this kind of notation, assume that it's the right hand rule. Be careful though because there are countries iba yung rule nila. Ang right hand ay yung iba, ang right hand points to the deep. Yung iba, ibang bansa. Kaya nga sometimes sa publication, even sa azimuthal, they also indicate yung deep direction. Okay? So just because, but here, or here in most countries, this is what they actually adopt. Okay, so we now talk about dipping planes. Any questions about this, people? Clear? Eh, unti-unti natin. Sige. Now let's talk about dip. So dip is always perpendicular. They are always perpendicular to the strike, the dip direction. And whenever we get the dip, we always measure from the horizontal. So the way we do it is, nasaan yun? Here. So the way we do it, this is how we do it, correct? Tama? Now, whenever we get the deep direction, or whenever we dip the deep direction, anong ginagawa natin sa Bronton compass? What do we do? How do we get the deep direction? I'm not talking about the deep angle. How do we get the deep direction? Perpendicular to the strike. O, tama naman. Tapos, paano masimple lang naman. Itataka nga ako sa mga estudyante, anong mahirap sa buhay natin eh. Eh kung kaya nakadip na ganyan, eh di ganyan ko i-compass. Kasi doon nakadip eh. At tingnan ko lang kung ang quadrant siya nakapoint. Kung nakapoint yun, you always read the north-seeking arrow, right? Yun lang. Yung iba tinitingnan, ganun pa siya. Sayo na lang tayo, di ba? Tugs-tugs lang tayo, ano ba yan? Siyempre, alam naman natin, if it's dipping, right in that direction, then you pointing arrow towards that direction because it's dipping towards that direction. And see where the needle, the north-seeking needle is pointed. Okay? Now, how do you get the dip direction? How do you get strike and dip? Now, if there are a series of outcrops, series of beds, what do we do? Is it here? What do we do? Kunwari, lahat ba laging ganito? So, ano pang strategy how to get the dip and strike and dip? Kung yung outcrop, let's talk about an outcrop. And let's say you have a dipping plane that's facing you like this, but the outcrop is inaccessible. What do we do? You, what do you do? Yes, you. Ha? Ano estimate? Hindi pwede strength pag hindi ko estimate siya kung nakaharap sa akin yung pwede din naman in a certain extent estimate the deep angle. But how about the strike? What do I do? Ano sa baba? Kung nakaharap ka na sa strike, dumarap ka sa outcrop, that's the strike. Ano bang mahirap doon? Di ba? Alam mo, ikakamatay ko pang ukyat doon. In the same way, I showed you a photo in Puhada Peninsula, and I asked about the beds there, right? Which is the Yanging and the Yanging direction. Hindi na ako aakyat doon. Kitang-kita naman, I'm looking at the strike. So all I need to do is to stand like this to get the strike. So if I'm facing the strike, then this is what I do. And if I want to get the deep direction, maybe if I can stand from here, then you measure it like that. Estimate. So make it parallel like that. Get it? Diba? Because there are situations where the outcrop is inaccessible. Now, if there's a river there and I cannot cross the river, and that's the time you estimate the dip angle. Siyempre, safety first. Alam mo, pakamatay ako sa bato na yan. Di ba? Sayo na yung bato na yan. Get it? And before you use this one, make sure that you're getting representative outcrops. You just don't take note, you just don't put your compass there. Make sure that this plane is the representative of all the other bedding planes. So that's why when you look at an outcrop, you stand back, you don't get near the outcrop and see which of those beds there best represents the whole outcrop. Get it? Hindi ito, ay plane. Ano ba yun? Maliwanag. Eh? Okay, next. So again, how do you measure the plunge? So this is a bedding plane here that is cut by slicken side. And there are slicken lines there. So this is the bedding direction, deep. And then there are lineations there as a result of fault movement. So this is, well, it's not. This indicates this is glacial striations. But let's just assume that these are also slicken sides because basically the concept is almost the same. So how do we get the plunge there? So the plunge is measured from, pwede bang pakihawak? Ito ka. Yan. Lambot eh, no? Ito matigas. Hawakan, hindi ko utang na loob yan, ha? Sige mo muna rito. Thank you. Yeah. So so this is the bedding plane, this is the plunge. Correct. Right? That's the plunge. So how do we measure the plunge? The plunge is measured from the horizontal going like this. So if this is the horizontal, that is the plunge. It's just getting the dip. Right? So nakaguming compass mo. However, when you get the rate, there's a difference. The rate is measured along the plane. Again, the plunge, katawa ka. The plunge is measured here. The rake is measured along this. Di ba? Ang tawag, protractor ba o compass yung tawag dito? Yung ganun. Protractor ba yun? No? Tama. So yun, measure that. Get it? There's a difference between a rake and a plunge. Clear? So when you have that, you have to measure, when you have a striation mark, if you have a slickened lines or slickened sides there, you may want to get the plunge and the rake as well. I'll go through that, same thing. Okay. So that it plunges 25 degrees toward a bearing of 150. So how do you get the bearing? Okay. So as I have said, if this is the mark, it's like that, it's plunging towards that direction, then gawin mo Bronton compass mo like this. It's like getting the bearing. Okay? And read the north-seeking arrow. Clear. Okay? Gets nyo? It's parang strike and dip lang, but in this case, you get the bearing this way. Gumalaw. Yan. Okay? So picture rake and versus that of a plunge. Okay? Get it? Questions? Okay, I'm not gonna look into that. Okay, triangulation and everything. Alam nyo na yan, no? So now let's talk about the beating, what they call this, the dipping planes. So in the dipping plane, there's also that concept of apparent dip, di ba? So apparent dip is kind of dip that is not the true dip. And that apparent dip is always smaller than the true dip. Why? Why? Why is it that the apparent dip is always smaller than the true dip? Hmm. Ganito kasi, pahingi ng isang notebook. O, ito na lang, ito na lang. Ay, mahalin to, may laman. Ito na lang. Hindi ka nga. Pwede mahiram ka. Kaharap ka sa kanila. Yan. Okay. The strike. This is a true dip, correct. Apparent dip is always cut. If you make a section perpendicular to the strike, it gives you the true dip, correct. That's why oftentimes we try to make a cross section as much as possible that is perpendicular to the strike, as much as possible. But in reality, when we do field work and whenever we plot the strike and dip, there are a lot of situations where we really have to compute for the apparent dip because the section does not run through the what they call it doesn't run through the true dip direction. Kuwari dito. So if we are facing, if we do the cross section this way, correct, this way, ang makikita ko is the actual dip. Pag dito ako nakatingin, mas less siya. Kapag nakatingin ka sa strike, if you're looking at the strike, taas mo dyan. Gandahan mo naman. Utusan na lang kita, galit ka pa. Yan. Diba? If you cut the section this way, parallel to the strike, you would see that the beds are horizontal. Tama. You look at this. It's horizontal. If you cut it this way. Get it? If you cut it this way, you'd see that the beds are perpendicular. If you go this way, it's less. If you stand this way, you cut the section here. So this is where you're making a cross section. The beds are horizontal. Clear? Okay? That's why apparent dip is always smaller than the true dip. So if the cross-section does not run through the true dip direction, you need to compute for the apparent dip. So if we're gonna look at this, thank you very much. Okay? If you're gonna look at that, at the map view though, it in terms of the thickness, on if it's a dipping bed, what you're getting is the apparent thickness. So you need to make a cross section that is perpendicular to the strike along this line A and B, and that would give you the true thickness. So if you are asked what is the apparent thickness of this, so all you need to do is you get your ruler and then you measure that one. Of course, assuming that you are given the scale. Then if you make a cross section, do not apply a vertical exaggeration, then you will be able to get the true thickness there. Again, if you want this apparent thickness as much as possible, do not apply vertical exaggeration because there are consequences. In terms, particularly in terms of the dip angle. No, let's assume that this is the topography like this. And there are dipping beds. So the dipping beds is like this. So that is a bed contact between A and B. So this is 0, this is 100. Now let us apply a vertical exaggeration of 2x. Okay? So vertical exaggeration of 2x. Nasaan yung pula kong pen? Yung pula? Nukuha mo pala eh, no? Hindi. So 2x, okay? So this is in terms of meters. So lalagay nyo dyan meters. So what is wrong with the section? Walang notation. So that's me. So let's apply a vertical exaggeration of 2x such that the 0 here, the 100 would be here. Okay? Nandun yung 100. So this point is 150. So this would be around maybe somewhere there. Siguro nandito. Somewhere to ay siguro nandito. Point ko lang, this now would be a vertically exaggerated section, something like that. You do not change the horizontal. Kaya nga vertical, but you do not change the horizontal. I emphasize that because again, I had one student. I gave him a section this long. Pag sabi sa akin, ganyan kahaba yung section. Nagtaka nga ako eh. Tapos meron pa siyang pakulay-kulay na nalalaman. Na yellow at blue. Dinalagyan ko na lang ng gulong. Empty na siya. Pakulay kasi. Kaya nga vertical exaggeration eh. Tinuruan ko nga yung kaklase niya. Di pareho silang mali. So you do not exaggerate it. Right? Understood. So what would be the consequence of the dip? Again, you're gonna look at it. This will be there. This will be here. Correct? So the consequence is that the dip angle changes. It becomes steeper. So that's why if you want to maintain that dip angle, the true dip angle, do not apply a vertical exaggeration. Oftentimes, we apply a vertical exaggeration because we want to see the topography better. But if that is not what your purpose is, then you do not apply it. But if you applied it, no problem for as long as you know how to correct it. If I give you a true dip of 30 degrees, what would be the new dip if I applied a vertical exaggeration of 2x? 30 degrees. Huh? What? 30 degrees. Vertical exaggeration of 2x. What would be the new dip? Uy. 15. 15. Ba't lumiit? Dapat lalaki kasi kita nyo lumaki dun, di ba? 60. Okay, sabihin natin 60. Okay. If I have a dip angle of 50 degrees, I apply the vertical exaggeration of 2x, what would be the new dip? 100. Hindi pwede. Di ba? Hindi pwede. Sige. It cannot be that you just don't simply multiply it. Again, I could not remember the equation, but let us derive the equation. Ano nga ba? Okay. So let's say this is x. X yan. So basically parang in-invite ko. So x hindi nagbabago. So this will be theta 1. Without a vertical exaggeration, this is y1. And then if we apply the vertical exaggeration, like this, so this would be theta 2. This would be y2. Correct. Tangent theta 1 is 1. Tangent theta 1 is, what is tangent theta 1? Y 1 over x. What is tangent theta 2? Y2 over x. So we have now two common equations. Therefore, x is equivalent to y1 tangent theta 1. Then y2, which is equivalent to y2 tangent theta 2. Correct? Which is x. Correct? So now we can equate these two. Correct. And we are after what? Tangent theta 1 or tangent theta 2? Tangent theta 2. Correct. But y1 is equivalent to 1 because it does not have a vertical exaggeration. So this is the equation. So if the vertical exaggeration is 2, theta 1 is 50, what would be the new dip angle? Please compute. %, degrees, okay, or 67. Okay. So we continue. So just like this, take note, if we have a dipping bed, and then we make this is the map view, we make a cross section, this is what you are going to get. So I've already talked about the apparent dip, and this is the trigonometric equation or mathematical relationship of an apparent dip. In the apparent dip here, okay, so alpha there is the apparent dip on a vertical plane, sigma is the true dip, and beta is the angle between the strike of the planar feature in question and the plane on which the apparent dip is measured. In other words, if we are going to make use, can I erase this now? If we are going to make use of that equation, so let's say you have you plotted the strike and dip like that. Okay, so this is your strike and dip, 30 degrees. Okay, let's just say it's like that, 30 degrees. So we made a cross section like that. Okay, so the 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 beta is this one. You extend the strike line like this, that would be the beta. It's the angle between the strike and the line of section there. So when you have like a tangent alpha, and then let's say that the true dip is 50 degrees, okay? And in terms of the beta, that turns out to be, natin, 45 degrees. What would be the apparent dip? It should be smaller. What? So let's say beta is 45, okay? The alpha is what? 40.1. Okay? So again, it's smaller there. So it's a different case. If you got a number that is bigger, then you know that you are wrong. When you make use of this diagram, though, the reference frame is different when you're using the Woolnough diagram for determining the apparent dip. Because the directional angle in the y-axis is the dip, okay? Is the angle between the dip direction of the planar feature and the vertical plane on which the apparent dip is measured. So we're talking about the vertical plane. So in other words, what we are measuring here is the angle not along the beta, but along the dip direction there. Okay? So if this is 45, 90, what would be the theta there? It's also 45. Di ba? Tama ba? Tama? So if we are going to make use of this, the dip angle is 50 degrees. Okay? The beta mentioned is what? The directional angle is what? 45. So the intersection of that would be somewhere there. Tama? Anong nakuha natin kanina? Around 40. So that's 40. So look at this. Okay? You look at this. So 45 directional angle is there. And then the dip angle is 50 degrees. Tama? So it falls under this. It's also 40 degrees. See the difference? Kuha ba? Sino hindi nakakuha? Naintindihan? Get it? Uy. Yes. Trigonometry. Saka ito? Wala. Dapat pareho. Nakuha nyo kanina ay 40 point something. Pero syempre, under this resolution, kasi hindi naman calculator gamit it's the graph, it estimates it. It's around 40 degrees there, the intersection of the x and the y axis. Right? Clear? Oras na. Sige. Okay, now we go to the rule of these. Ito yung sinasabi yung the rule of these. Okay? So the rule of these were formulated by geologists not because they want to come up with a rule, because that is what the reality tells us. This is a map section over here. Okay? So if we're going to look it from the map section, and if there's a relationship between the topography, okay, so that those lines that you see there are the topography, and this bold line over there with shaded region, that would be the structural contour or the structural contact. In this case, it's a bedding contact. So if we superimpose a topography contour lines with respect to those bed contact, this is what we are going to see if we view this part from the top. Okay? From the top. I remember my student when we were in the field, sorry, I really cannot visualize because I cannot see the topographic contours. Then I told him, if you see the topographic contours in the field, baliw ka. Siyempre, makikita yung topographic contours, but you should be able to visualize. Okay? Remember, this part is not this part. The slope that is being projected there is not a vertical slope. Nakaganyan siya. It's not a slope like this. Nakaganito. Diba? Kaya nga, pag nakatingin ka sa taas, makikita mo yung mga different beds. Pero pag vertical yan, kung anong bed dito nakita mo, siya lang makikita yung bed contact. Bakit not just like this? You get it? Okay? So that's why if we're gonna look at the may lukot-lukot na to, sir. Palitan ko na lang, ha? Oh, di ba? Kita niyo yung contour lines like this, okay? There. So this is, to imagine this, okay? To imagine this. Let's try to imagine it. Let's talk about this. This is a river. Okay? These are topographic lines like this. So this is 400. So the 400 horizontal line, obviously, touches all of the surface and goes like that. So this is the river, correct? Or the gully or the creek. Tama. Okay. Halika nga. Ikaw, yeah. Dito ka. Ay, sorry ah. Ano pangalan mo? Ed. For your question. Let's just say na galit ako sa'yo. Ako, boss mo. Dahil masama ako gali mo, itinapong kita dyan. Mapahin mo yan, sir. And then, you reach this part. Let's say this is A. Okay? So we have 3 units. 3 sedimentary beds. This is A bed. This is B. This is C. When you reach this portion, you saw a contact between A and B. If you've reached this portion and you look to your left, where is the bed dipping or this contact dipping? Upstream or downstream? Again, visualize. You're walking, you reach this place, you saw a dipping bed, and the contact is this contact over here and this contact over there. When you reach this point, you look to your left, where is the bed dipping? You look at it, upstream or downstream? Ano? Upstream. Okay. You look to your left, right. You look to your right. Tumayo ka dyan. Tumingin ka doon sa right mo. Upstream or downstream? Tingnan mo to. Ha? Downstream. Pagdating mo sa left, upstream or downstream, wow, nagbago. Yan. Take note na, sir. Law of lateral continuity states that this unit here should have been was once continuous, but because of erosion, naputol siya. But if you're gonna look at it, this should continue all the way there. Correct. So pag nagbago yung dip direction yan, there is something wrong. Either there is something wrong with the dip because there is a fault that changed the dip, or there is something wrong with you. Hindi naman basta-basta magbago yun, di ba? So again, is there a fault that you see? Wala. Again, imagine yourself standing here. Pag nakatingin ka sa left, upstream. Tama? Tama. Na-imagine nyo ba? Eto pa lang, kita mo na. Oh. Kahit dito ka tumayo, that would still point upstream. So you have a slope na ganito, okay? And then if you're going to project that on the map, that is what you are going to see. What do you see there? Project that there, up this is what you are going to see. It's not a rule. It's basically a fact. Clear? Same thing. When you walk this way, and then you turn to your left, you reach that part, or turn to the right, they would still, this one over there, they would still be dipping towards the downstream direction. So if you are in a plane and looking down, kung nakikita mo, you can just imagine that this part would appear this way. So the creek or the gully or the river would be along this side. So it's pointing downstream. Clear? So pag mayroon ka ng mapa, what am I just trying to emphasize here? A while ago, we were talking about horizontal beds. Horizontal beds would have a contact that does not cross topographic contours. They are parallel to the topographic contours. Therefore, automatically the beds are horizontal. In this case, what you see here is that a contact that cuts through the topographic contours. Right? It cuts through the topographic contours. Automatically, we are talking about dipping beds or dipping planes. Okay? So if we go further, now we discuss if we go back, let's say go back. That's why we have this, right? This kind of relationship. Obviously, if it's actually vertical, like we have a vertical dipping plane, just like this one is vertical, diba? So ganyan na makikita natin. So we now solve the strike and dip of dipping planes by just looking at a map. We just look at the map. So question is, how do we get the strike and dip of dipping planes? Eto na. So magiging let's make it more complicated. When we have a dipping plane, we can get an infinite number of strike lines. What do I mean by this? If I am a dipping plane, I can get a strike and dip here, 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 or here, correct? But if you're gonna think about it, each strike line has a particular elevation. If I get it here, maybe that's a 10-meter elevation. If I get it here, maybe it's 20. If I get it here, it's a 30-meter elevation. Okay, so if it's 10, 20, 30, if I project them up and see that from the top, the interval between these strike lines will be constant. If the spacing is 5 centimeter, 5 centimeter, 5 centimeter, it's constant because the interval is like 10, 20, 30, 40, if that is the interval. And also, strike lines are parallel to each other because you got it only from the same plane. Example, if I have a strike line here, that's horizontal line. Strike line, strike line. If project them up, all of them are horizontal lines. Understood. That's why if we're going to look at this, let's just assume that we get a contact between unit A and that the unit B. So the contact would be here over there. So at this point, let's say I got the strike from here. So that would be at 100 meter, 200 meter, 300 meters. So I am getting that strike. So if I'm going to project that from the map, this is what I am going to see. What we see here are not topographic contours, but rather they are structural contours. Structural contours because it maps out the contact. Okay? It maps out a particular plane. A contact is a plane. A fault contact is a plane. A bedding contact, right? If I remove, there's another bed here. If I remove that bed, this is a bed contact and it is also a plane. A fault plane is a plane. A joint plane is a plane. Regardless what plane we are talking about, if they are dipping, it's the same solution, it's the same approach as we solve it in terms of the strike and dip. Follow so far. Maliwanag ha? Mamaya. Okay? So as a recap, structural contours or strike lines are straight lines with a trend parallel to the strike of the plane. Being parallel to the trend of the strike, strike lines are horizontal lines. Being horizontal lines, each point on the line has the same elevation, and the contour lines are evenly spaced with spacing distance that is a function of the dip. What does it mean? If you're gonna look at this, go back, right? Like this, there. This would be the interval there. We were able to determine it's 400, 300, 200, 100 because of the elevation projected on the topographic map. Correct. Now, if we make this plane steeper like this, if it's steeper, if we plot it there, the 300 would be somewhere here. Just like a topographic contour, if the spacing between topographic contours are closer, the slope is steeper. In the same way, if the spacing in between of this is smaller, then the dip is steeper. When we go to the problem now, how do we solve it? This. Okay, let's have a bedding contact between unit A and unit B. Okay, I gave this to the MGB. I had a recording. I gave it to them para yung mga geologists ng MGB ay hindi makalimutan. Sabi ko yan, para pag mamatay ako, bahala na kayo dyan. Okay. So, tinanong tayo sa exam, what is the strike? So, first, right, I look at the rule of V. Hanapin ko yung ilog. Kung pwede ko lang sana sulatan to, no? Pwede? Siyempre, hindi ko sulatan. Mali pa ba? Sinulatan ko yan, di ba? Anyway, so which is the ridge? 1 or 2? Which is the ridge? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? Oh, 1 is the ridge. This is the gully or valley. So this is now the river, correct? Tama? So may idea na tayo from the rule of V. Is it now dipping downstream or dipping upstream? If you forgot it, what you can do is you try to solve it first, right? So we want to know the strike. So the strike, as explained a while ago, should have the same elevation siya. So if I know a particular point, example, this point over here, this is the contact between unit A and unit B. At this point, it has an elevation of 300 meters. So I have a point there. To determine the strike, since strike is of the same elevation, I should look for a point where the structural contour intersects a topographic contour also of the same elevation, that is at 300. So if I saw a 300 point, this is 300, therefore this is a strike line there. In the same way, if this is 200, I'm going to look for another point that is 200. So this is 200, then I can make a 200 structural contour. Now, for 100, okay, I don't see any 100 here, but I can always create a structural contour that is 100. And the reason for that is that, as I have mentioned a while ago, the spacing should be equal, constant. So I can create another 100-meter strike line that is parallel to this, two lines over there, with spacing of the same, that is the same as that of the others. So that I am now able to create a 100 strike line in the same way, 400, 500, and so on and so forth. Clear? So how do I get the strike? It's very simple. You look at the north-seeking arrow. In all topographic maps, in all base maps, there has to be an arrow there. Make a line parallel, right, to the strike. You use your protractor, right? Then you can now get the strike. So kuha ka ng line, gawa ka ng line, parallel there, then you will be able to get the strike. Uy. Alak na mamukha ninyo. Naintindihan niyo ba? Did you understand? Because this is a very simple exercise. Ang alam lang natin sa una, uy, pre, nag-i-intersect, oh. Nag-i-intersect sa topographic contours. Dipping yan. Oo nga, dipping. Eh, anong strike? Ay, solve ninyo. Get it? Who does not understand? Tanungin nyo na. Yes. Nung? Okay, let me just go back. Okay, paano ginawa ulit, ha? Balik tayo rito, ha? So, paano ba natin ginawa ito? I want to get the strike of this plane, right? So, parang yung Bronton compass ko, I put it adjacent to the bed. So, I made it horizontal. So, if this is 200, dito ko kinuha yung 100. So, pag may 100, to ensure that is horizontal yung aking Bronton compass, di ba? Dapat kuha ko ng 100 dito, kuha ko ng 100 dyan. 100, 100, create a strike line. So I can also get another strike line here, 200. So that's why this is 200. For a 300 strike line, this is also 300. So if I project it, it's like this. Sa mapa. This is the map view. Get it? So it's the same concept now if I superimpose a topographic map. Okay? So the way I did it, for simplicity, because I cannot create a 100. Kasi I have because this one does not coincide with any 100. What I only have is this red line over here. So I got 200 there. So there's a point. So how would I know that this would be a strike? How would I be able to create a strike line? I need to find a point that is also of 200 elevation so that I can create that strike line. So 200, 200, then I'm now able to make a strike line. Then let's say I started with 300. Oh, 300. There's another 300 there. So I'm able to create a strike line. If you notice, this strike line of 300, which I created independent of 200, it would turn out that these lines are parallel lines, which is consistent with strike lines are parallel. Okay? Assuming that you got all those strikes in the same plane. Clear? So if I may now make 400, this is 400. There's another 400 there. Then I join them together, make a strike line. And you see that the 400 strike line is the same. It's parallel to 300 and 200. Tama? Okay? Now, for 100, since all strike lines are parallel and of equal spacing, then I can make one for 100 that will be parallel to this. Even I can get 500, 600, 700, etc. Follow so far. So now that I have a strike line, then now I can get, di ba, sa strike and dip natin. How do we plot strike and dip ba? We make it as in terms of a symbol. That is the strike, that is the dip. On a map, the way we can plot the strike, you get a protractor, di ba, may north-seeking arrow kayong ganyan. Then, if it's north 45 east, this would be the strike. Di ba, ganun tayo mag-plot? Ganun din naman yun. It's the same. Follow so far? So if we want to create the dip, it's always perpendicular. Then if the dip angle is 45, we write 45. Now, what would be the dip direction? So we now are able to get the strike. If we're gonna think about it again. 5, 4, 3, 2. Pababa ang ganung direction. So this is 5, 4, 3, 2. Map view. So pababa, that would be the dip direction. It's dipping towards this. There. Okay? So you look at where the values of the strike are decreasing. So it's decreasing towards this direction. Correct. So what is this direction over here? Southwest. Kasi di ba? North, southwest towards this direction. Get it? Now, how do we get that dip angle? It's just making a cross section. So you make a cross section perpendicular to the strike, right? So you make a cross section perpendicular to the strike. So example, I make a cross section now between 300 and 200. Dito lang akong gagawa. 300, 200 here. Sabi ko, kung gusto mo buuin mo yan, pero bakit ko bubuuin? Diba? Isang plane lang naman yan. So dito ako gagawa. Okay? If you want, you can create the whole thing there. So if I make a cross section between 300 and 200 along this line, so that would be the X. So X is over there. X. Right? Then do not apply a vertical exaggeration. This is a map scale there. So without a vertical exaggeration, the horizontal scale is equivalent to the vertical scale. And the horizontal scale is the scale of the map. Tama, because we're always getting it from the map scale. Yung vertical lang naman magbabago if you want to exaggerate it. But the horizontal scale is the scale of the map. So in that case, if we do not want, because we do not want a vertical exaggeration because we want the true dip there, right? So in that case there, that would be the X. So if this is where I drew it there, 300. So this is where is 100. So I lay this out. This is the distance of the vertical scale equivalent to horizontal scale. Then do you 200. Then I join the line. That is the dip angle using your protractor. Do you understand? Because this is just a simple problem. Uy, meron pa ba hindi nakaintindi? People. Tayo, sa likod. Understood? Mukha nyo kasi, hindi ko alam, yung iba hindi ko maipinta ang mukha. Hindi ko alam kung ganyan natin ang pagbumukha ninyo pag naiintindihan or ayaw nyo lang sabihin. Gets nyo ba? Uy. Sige. So, if we're gonna look at it sa rule of V, diba? Pareho siya. There. It is dipping where? Downstream. Tama. Diba? Look at that. Kasi southwest, sorry. So it's dipping southwest, and if that is this is the river there, correct? So it's dipping downstream. Same. So pag nakalipo, if you forgot your rule of B, you can approach it in terms of the strike line concept. And the strike line concept would give you the same answer, that it's dipping downstream. Clear? Clear po ba? Sige. Okay. Go to your exercise. First question. Which is the oldest unit and which is the youngest unit? Yun muna. Okay? So there are a set of questions there. And among the questions that were given here, but I would also add some questions. What is the strike and dip of the beds? Which is the oldest? Which is the youngest? And how many geologic events are we talking about? What is the third event? What is the fifth event? Sige nga. So you label the conglomerates there as A, this unshaded one as B, the limestone as C, this one would be D, and the other one would be E. So I'll give you 10 minutes. Okay. What? Solve it. A, B, C, D, E. Ito ba pwede project doon? Hindi. Ito ba pwede ilipat doon? Para dito naka-project, para pwede kong masulatan. Ang hirap kasi hindi ba, ang hirap na magsulat. Ito natin daan sa kabila. Hindi, okay na, okay na, okay na, okay na. Kaya ko na. Ay, dapat lalayo, no? Ay, may hirap. Atras natin. Di ba pwede atras yung lamesa? Hindi. Mas lalapit ba? Hindi, ito yung ilayo. Di ba? Ah, ganun. Hindi, ibig pag ilapit ko. Baka bumigay, ha? Kaya? Hindi. Hirap kasi mag-solve ng ano eh, na hindi nasusulatan yung... Yan. Yeah, thank you. ng oras. Ay, mali. Ay, mali. Kaya, ganito yan. Are you able to visualize that? Are you able to visualize? Bakit kaya pag, kuwari, syempre, wala tayo sa field, di ba? But are you able to visualize it ba? Okay? If we're gonna go back, kasi imagination is something that I cannot teach. Di ba? Tama. Parang may tuturo imagination natin. Pero let me go back to this one. Here, we're just talking about, di ba? It's just something like this. Sorry. Uh, Parang here, this is the phase that if I have another bed like this, right? If I have another bed, so this would be A, this is A, B, B, C, sorry, A, B, B, C, 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 D, D. Diba? Imagine niyo itong phase na to, this is now the slope there. Or that's another contour line. Maybe that one would be 500. Nagets nyo ba? Hindi. Kita ninyo, so we have different contacts. Naka-expose na yung different units. Pag nakita nyo sa map, naka-expose na A, B, C, D, and so on and so forth. The same way when you're talking about the problem that I showed you. This. Gets nyo ba? So you have a slope there. First, approach here. Which is the ridge and which is the valley. So this is the ridge. This is the valley, correct? And second point, what do you notice about the contacts between units A, B, B and C, C and D, D and E? What do you notice about the contact? They are parallel to one another. They are almost parallel to one another. Correct. If they are almost parallel to one another, it means that they are dipping and they're striking in the same direction. Dapat, di ba? Just like what I showed you a while ago when yung kanina na may block. Tama? If they're dipping in the same and striking the same direction, when projected on the map, they should be dipping in the same direction. So in that case, therefore, what we need to do is just to look at one contact because the strike and dip of that contact would reflect the contact, the strike and dip of the contact of the other beds. Get it? So to solve this problem, if I'm talking about A, maybe I can get the contact between A and, A and B. So if this is 400, tama ba? This is 400. So the contact between A and B, no, let's just make use of A, B, and C. Let's talk about the B and C and contact na lang para mas simple. Yes. So 400 is there. Correct. And there's another 400 here. Tama. Then I can connect this. And you have to label. Okay? You have to label. That is the contact between B and C at 400. Why do I say that you have to label? Because if you're gonna use the contact between C and B at this point, what is that elevation? Here, what is this elevation over here? Huh? This is B and C. What is this contact over there? 400 ba yan? Ha? 400, ito. Ito. This is. So, kikita ninyo, kapag contact between B and C, tama ba? Teka, naduling tuloy ako. Ano ba tinitina kong contact? Nagulang tuloy ako sa inyo. Ulit. Pag this is B and C, this is at 400. Tama? Where's the 400? 400, this is 400. Tama? Tama ba? So, dito nga ako titingin. It's 400, this is 2, this is 300, so this is 300. Okay, so that is 300. So this is 400, contact between B and C. This is 400 between B and C. Correct? So that would be the 400 for the B and C. Okay, for the B and C. Okay, sige. Pero pag tinitingnan natin ay A and A and B. Anong elevation to? 300. Correct? So pag ito tinitingnan natin, magko-coincide siya sa 400 contact ng B and C. So that's why you have to specify. So anyway, going back to the contact between B and C, so B and C at 400. So we need another strike line. But the way to look at it, this is 300, correct? That's 300. And there's another contact between B and C there, that's also 300. So we make a strike line there. So that's B and C, 300. If you want to create a 500, this is 500. So that's 500. So you can create another 500 strike line there. B and C, 500. And so on. Kung gusto mong gumamit 600, you use this spacing there, make a line parallel to it. Now, you have a series of strike lines now. What is the strike? It's due east. Dipping at what direction? South. What would be the angle? Make use of this arrow there. What would be the angle there? If we now make a cross section, you get that cross section over there, that would be the X. So we make, this is 400, then you have make a 300 over there, diba? Use this scale. Use this scale there, this scale, to find the 300. So if this is the 300, connect that one, that would be the theta. Get it? Are you able to follow? Now that you know the strike and dips, who is not able to follow? You raise your hand. Ano sa triangle? Ano sa taas? Halika nga, anong ibig sabihin sa taas? Sa theta? Ulit ha? So I want now to make a cross section below the strike. I want to make a cross section here. So I lay this out, this one, the same length. So that would be the X. Okay? And then to get the Y, this is 400. To get the 300, I use this scale, the scale of the map, because the horizontal scale should be equivalent to the vertical scale. So to look at this, I lay out the Y there. So this would be 300. Then I connect that there. That would be your theta. Okay? Question now. Which is oldest among this? A, B, C, D, or E? Which is the oldest? So let me just go back to this part, ha? So it's dipping what? It's dipping, and it's like this. Tama? Dipping downstream like this. Tama? Ganyan yung tsura niya. Okay? So in that case now, when it's dipping downstream, if I have A, which is the oldest? A, B, or C? A is the oldest. Okay, left. Using that concept there. Okay, assuming na hindi inverted ng beds, let's just assume that the beds are not inverted. So here, there. Which is the oldest? A is the oldest, youngest is? Tama? A is the oldest. Correct? A is the oldest. E is the youngest. Ha? E is the youngest. E is the youngest. B nakapatong sa A, C nakapatong sa B, D nakapatong sa C, E nakapatong sa D. E is the youngest. Naiyak ako sa inyo. Ano ba? Nakakaintindi ba tayo? Who does not understand? So balik. Parang yung kanina din ako sa block diagram, maglagay pa kayo ng other units there. So if you really want to understand this, maybe you go back here. There. Okay? You can go back here. Okay. In this part. There. Where is that? Beds deep upstream. Okay, beds deep downstream. So this is one bed contact. That is one bed contact there. This is A, this is B, this is C. This is the bed contact between B and C. Okay? Tama? Correct? Okay. So this is a V that points downstream, just like this. Correct? So in that case, kung V points downstream, this is A is the oldest. Diba nakapatong si B sa A? Tama. Tapos yung C nakapatong sa B. Assuming that the beds are not inverted, the C is the youngest one. Same concept when you talk about this. The river is here. Downstream direction is over there towards this. Okay? So this A is oldest, E is? Okay. How many geologic events are we talking about here? There are 6. Tama? 5 or 6? 6. First event? Hindi. Deposition of A. Next, deposition of B. Next, deposition of C. Next, deposition of D. Next, deposition of E. Next, folding or tilting. So there are 6 events. Actually, kung isipin nyo, dapat 7 eh. Pero I don't think they would consider that kasi 7 is erosion para ma-expose mo doon sa ilog. Diba? But anyway, let's just assume na hindi kasama yung erosion na yon. So if there are 6 events, what is the... So alas sasagot yun na yan. What is the third and what is the 5th event? Okay? You go to the next exercise. Pwede bang I-close muna natin to. Hanapin ko yung exercise. I-stop share natin. Go to the next exercise. So tell me, hanapin lang. Okay. Okay. Pwede kaya i-project sa dito din, sa kabila. How many geologic units do we have there? Sige, sige, thanks. How many geologic units are we talking about here? Wrong. Mali. Loko niya ata ako eh. Sandali ah. Okay. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Number 4. Number 5. Number 6. Number 7. There are 7 geologic units. So that's 1. First, you observe the map, know how many geologic units we are talking about. Second, you also look at their relationships. Okay? So the relationship of this conglomerate over here with respect to the topographic contours, the contact is parallel to the topographic contours. Therefore, the conglomerate is horizontal. Correct. Second, we have contact between these units over here, like 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3, 3 versus 4, and their contacts seem to be consistent in that they are parallel to one another. Number 2, they cross topographic contours, therefore we have a dipping plane or set of dipping planes. Now, what is the relationship between the horizontal and the dipping plane? If we are going to look at this, right? So, to solve that problem, we look at this intrusive over here. The intrusive cuts the dipping plane. Tama. And the law of cross-cutting relationship states that the rock that cuts another rock is younger than the rock it cuts. The structure that cuts another structure is younger than the structure it cuts. Therefore, the dike or the intrusion is younger than the dipping plane. Correct. Tama? So if we're gonna look at their relationship, the horizontal plane there, the horizontal bed, is younger than the dipping plane, and dipping plane is, and that the dike is younger than the dipping plane. But the dike is cut by the conglomerate. And therefore, kung the dike cuts the dipping plane, therefore the dipping plane is older than the dike. But the conglomerate cuts the dike here. Therefore, the conglomerate is younger than the dike. Tama. So, ganun lang siya kasimple. How many unconformities do we see? Do we see an unconformity? Yes or no? How many unconformities do we see? One. 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 Two. Three. What? If we see one unconformity, what kind of unconformity are we talking about? Ano ba? One, ilan ba talaga tayo usapan natin? 1, 2, 3, what? Ha? So we have a dipping plane. And okay, we have a dipping plane. The conglomerate is a horizontal plane. Horizontal bed is younger than the dipping plane. So obviously there is what? Unconformity. Angular unconformity. But there is another unconformity. That unconformity because this horizontal bed cuts the dike. So there is a contact. It cuts it. The way it cuts it because of erosion, the erosion dipping plane plus the dike, and then we put in the conglomerate. What kind of an unconformity is it? It's a non-conformity. Therefore, there are two unconformities. Third question now, what is the strike and dip of the dipping plane? So all we need to do is to concentrate again on one plane. Kasi nga halos pare-pareho lang naman. They're almost parallel, right? If you're gonna look at it, the contact between the dipping beds are almost the same. So we just have to concentrate on one. Para mas mabilis, I will just look at this. If this is A, this is B, so I will concentrate on this contact over here. So I have 500 there. I just need two, actually. I just need two strike lines. So this is 500. I connect it like this. That would be 500. So where else can I, no, that's, sorry, that's 475. Tama? Tama po ba? Yan. Kasi, syempre, board exam, may time limit yan. Kaya hindi mo naman kailangan kumplitohin lahat yan. Kasi kumplitohin mo, ubus na oras mo. So, in reality, to make it things fast, you just have to identify two strike lines. Ba? So, another strike line that you can identify is this one, 500 and 500. That would be a 500 strike line. Correct. Now, I can get the strike. The strike is what? The strike is north something. If I put a line there parallel to this over there, so let's estimate maybe it's around north 60 west, correct? And it's dipping to what direction? South or southwest. Then you get the X, cross-section there. Make a cross-section again, x, correct? And then you use that scale over here. So if this is 500, right? And then if this is like, for example, 50 meters, so this would be 450. So you just like have to look for 475, something somewhere there. So that would give you the theta. Simple. So how many unconformities? Two. What kind of non-conformity? Angular unconformity. What is the strike and dip? It's about north 6 to 8, dipping southwest. You can do that in 3 minutes or even much, much less than 3 minutes. How many geologic events? Ano ba yan? Napakabobo naman tanong yan. Simple-simple naman. Deposition of 1, deposition of 2, deposition of 3, deposition of 4, deposition of 5. Okay? Then after that, what is the sixth event? Folding or tilting. And then what is the next event? Sixth, seventh event, what? Intrusion of the dike. What is the eighth event? What is the eighth event? Erosion and erosion or the formation of the unconformity. What is the ninth event? Deposition of conglomerate. So if you are able to list that out, you know what's the first event, third event, etc. So if I want to make a cross section, a rough cross section like this, I can just create maybe some sort of like this. Okay, so there is an unconformity there. This is a conglomerate. Okay, if this is a conglomerate. If it's dipping southwest, then I will put southwest there because I don't have time anymore. Subjects exam. And then I have dipping beds like this. And then there are a set of intrusions. Vertical daw, o dito yung vertical ko. Tapos, easy, di ba? That's why if you get a map, people, if you get a geologic map, the relationships are pretty simple. Even though that you haven't gone to the field, before you go to the field, you first interpret the map on the basis of the so-called rule of V and on the basis of the strike lines that we just discussed. These kind of rules do not deviate. Again, they are not rules, they are factual. In the same way, when you create a map, it should be consistent with the strike line and the rule of V. It's not just a matter of drawing it like that. So whether this is a bedding plane, a fault plane, it doesn't matter because all of these are planes. The way we get the strike and dip of all of these planes is the same all throughout. Clear? Now we go to a fault. Paano naman kaya yung fault? Kaya pa ba? Pagod. Hanap isang semester. Oh, fault tayo. Paano ba to? Pa-check nga natin. Gusto isa yung isa muna. Sige, yan. So, this is an exercise that asks you what kind of a fault is it? In this case, if you want to imagine it, what is the orientation of the bed? Dipping or horizontal? Horizontal. Tama, because the contact is parallel to the topographic contours. And then you have a fault there. Is the fault dipping or not? It's dipping because it cuts through the topographic contours. So you can now imagine that you have a set of dipping horizontal beds. Horizontal bed like that. That is displaced by a fault, either a strike slip fault or a normal fault or a reverse fault. To answer what kind of a fault is it, what are we going to do? What? Hanggang anong oras pala tayo rito? May lunch break. Parang gusto ko na mag-lunch. Hindi, joke lang. Sige. O, anong gagawin natin? Gagawin natin, titingin sa katabi ko. Katawa talaga yung mga tumiti. Ganito lang yan. Alam niyo ang trick dyan, ang papakabahan ninyo yung katabi niyo. Pag kinabahan siya, hindi siya makakapag-isip. Yun ang ginagawa ko eh. Kumari, ginagawa ko. Ginagawa ko, kumari patapos. So pag kinabahan, hindi siya makakakonsentrate. Kasi kung kayo yung gumaganon, kakabahan kayo. What I'm just trying to emphasize is focus on what you have. Tumingin kayo doon sa papel ninyo, wag doon kayo sa katabi. Huwag niyong pagkatiwalaan yung katabi ninyo. Unless talagang best friend niya, alam niyo best friend niya, matalino talaga. Because at the end of the day, it's not a matter of passing or failing. It's a matter of whether you did your best or not. If you did your best, bumaksa kayo, wala na kayo magagawa, ginawa niyo na lahat. Eh. Yun lang naman yun eh. It's just one exam, take note. Ba't yung depressed kayo? Ba't mabidepressed pa ako forever? No. Because I already did my best eh. Kasi syempre sa board exam, di nyo naman alam kung anong lilitaw. The difference between us and our time, 100 points per day ang multiple choice and 100 points din ang essay. Nawala yung essay eh. Essay, 4 questions per essay is 25 points each. Doon ako gumagante. At doon din kayo lalagpak pag essay. If you do not know the answer, patay. Pag lumataw ang essay at hindi nyo alam ang sagot, gamitin nyo siya ng highfalutin words. Yung high vocabulary, ano kaya doon? Instead of although, albeit. O, di ba? Tapos pag tinanong kayo model, you cite an author kahit hindi totoo. Wow, may author pa siya nalalaman. I did it. It was effective. Kasi the question was, draw a tectonic map of the Philippines and discuss some models. Parang between this and this model, parang hindi ko siya matandaan. Pero lagay-lagay ako mga kino-quote doon. No? Di ba? So, mabalik tayo dyan, nawawala tayo. Ano ngayon? How do we solve it? What kind of a fault is it? Let me just ask you, before you look at that paper, how do we do it? You look at the map, malaman. Kainis naman. Tapos, ano natin malalaman kung anong fault siya? First, you should know which is the hanging wall and which is the foot wall. How do you know that? Then you have to know where the plane is dipping. Diba? If this is the plane, like this, right? This is always the foot wall. Or if I make it a simple drawing like this is the foot wall, and this is the hanging wall. So, you should know the dip direction first, where it is dipping. On top of that, that should be the hanging wall. Below that, that should be the foot wall. Solve it. Where is that fault dipping? Use the strike line. You know what? One thing that I noticed about students, some of the I do not know some of the students, they don't use the triangles. Dapat kasi strike lines should be parallel. Example, di ba? Tinuruan naman kayo sa kolehiyo. Kung ari, ano ba to? 700, 700. So you do this like this, di ba? 700. Kaya kayo nagtatagal eh. This is, where is 700? This one, right? Tama ba, sir? Uy. Uy, 6. Ito pala, 700. This is, where's the other 700? Oh, let's make it 800 first. Is this 800? 6, 7, 8. Ito, 8. Ito, 6, 7, 8. Ito, tama? So you use this one. Oh, kaya nga merong, oh, tapos. Hanapin ko yung 600. Ay, 700. So this is 800. Di slide ko lang ganun. Oh, di 700. Ganun lang kasimple. O ano to? Ha? Ba? So meron ka ng 600. This is 800. This is what? This is 700. So yan na, dalawa na. Diba? Kaya nga ini-slide-slide lang na gano'n, di ba? Para sigurado kayong parallel yung strike lines nyo. Hindi tipong, ba yun? Parang kang lolo. That's why I asked you to bring a triangle. Tinuruan ko sa drawing yan. So, dalawa na strike line natin. Do it. Saan siya nagdidip? Ang lilit ng ruler ninyo. This is ideal, oh, yung triangle niya, oh, tama-tama yan. Pero yung ruler nyo naman, pag sa board exam, magdala kayong ganito. Oh. Go. Where is it dipping? Uy, kayo, saan nagdidip? Paano mo nalaman? Wala kang linya? Nangopya ka? Ano strike line, oh. Yan, oh. Nasaan ba yung ruler mo? Ba't kasi walang ruler, eh? Yan, oh. Para mabilis. Ano ba to? No, strike line of the ano, place. So, this is what? 6, 7, 8. This is, ha? This is 9. Teka, mali yata ginawa ko. Naduling yata ako kanina, sir. Ikaw, yung broken line na drawing ko, mali ako. Patriot Scholar. Yun kasi mali yata nilagay ko sa sulat ko. Patriot Scholar. Pangalan mo sa likod eh, di ba? So that's 800. This is 800 there. Right? So yan. Kaya nga kayo may ruler there. O, 800. Nasaan yung ano natin? Nasaan yung, ito, anong ano to? 800. This is 900. So 900. Ayan no, hindi ko na ginagalaw yung ruler ko. Tapos ito ay 1,000. So this is 8, 9, 1,000. Diba? Kaya nga meron kang ganito eh. Diba? So alam mo sigurado kang parallel siya. So saan siya nagdi-dip? So it's dipping southwest. If it's dipping southwest, people, if it's dipping southwest, which is the hanging wall and which is the foot wall? Again, if it's dipping southwest, okay, so we are able to draw 800. So this is kaduling kasi. That's 800, right? This is 800, something like that. 800, like this. 8. And then you have this one. This is 900, right? So 900 is like that. So it's dipping southwest. So if it's dipping southwest, which is hanging wall? 1 or 2? Again, which is the hanging wall? So 2 is hanging wall, hanging wall. So this is the fault. This is the foot wall. Okay. Now that you know which one is hanging wall, which is the foot wall, what kind of a fault is it? Ano yung tumaas? Hanging wall or foot wall? Paano natin nalaman? Ha? Higher elevation yung strata here. What is that elevation here? Ha? 1,000. Counterpart niya dito sa kabila, anong elevation yan? Ha? O, 850. So, the hanging wall move up relative to the foot wall. What kind of a fault is it? It's a reverse or thrust fault. How would you know if it's reverse or thrust fault? then you get the deep angle of the fault. If it's greater than 45, it's a reverse type of fault. If it's less than 45, it is a thrust fault. Clear? Last, may pagod na. Pwede bang huli na muna ito? Break tayo? Sakit na lang. Ha? Gusto nyo tapusin? O, uwi na tayo. Last exercise. Okay. Yan. Saan nagdidip ang beds? To what direction are the beds dipping? Paano ang strike line natin? So how do you visualize this one? What kind of geologic structures do we see other than the fold? Are we talking about homoclinal? Are we talking about a synformal or antiformal? So for this, right, this is obviously a dipping bed. That is a dipping bed. Okay. So we have at least 3 units. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So where is this dipping? So we just use the strike line, right? So they are parallel to one another. So obviously, kapag itong dalawa, take note if these are not parallel, you have to solve the contact independent of each other. Okay? Independent of each other, if these are not parallel, you have to solve it independent of each other. And once you see that, ang unang papasok sa iyo, there has to be an angular unconformity. Okay? Kasi syempre, iba na yung deep angle niya. There's already an angular discordance. Okay? Tsaka lalo na if one cuts the other, there has to be an angular unconformity. So in this case, again, you can make that out. This is 300. This is 300. This is 200. This is 200 there. So it's dipping towards that direction. Correct? Tama. Okay? But if you go to the other side, gonna look at it. This is 300. This is 300. Tama? This is 300. Where is it? Naduling ako. Here. Yeah. This is 200. So it's dipping towards this. What kind of a fold is it? It's a synform. It's a synform cut by a fault. Tama? Uy. Iyak ako sa inyo. Walang reaction. Nuggets nyo ba? Are you able to visualize it now? Ha? Kasi if you're gonna look at this, ang pagbaba ng this is 300, this is 200. Pagdating dito, this is 300, this is 200. So, baliktad siya pa ganun to, ito pa ganyan. So, meron kang pa ganun. Okay? Now, we look at the fault. Now, you can just imagine now, you have a fold cut by a fault. Then we focus on the fault. So, what kind of a fault is it? The same approach, know what is the footwall and the hanging wall. So, let's just look at two. Kasi nga, para mabilis, this is 500. I will look for another 500. 500 is there. So, this would be a 500 strike line. So we know that you can create a 600 by making a line parallel to this, right? So you can use your triangle together with your ruler and draw a 600 contour, something like 600. So it's dipping towards what direction? If this is north over there, what is it? Where is it dipping? It's dipping towards the west. It's towards this direction there. Which is the hanging wall? A or B? A is the, so this is now is the hanging wall. This is the footwall. So we can get the strike. The strike is maybe due north. What is the dip? The dip directions towards the west. What is the dip angle? You can calculate the way we do it. So question now is, did the hanging wall go up or went down? Did it go down or did it go up? The hanging wall. So this is the hanging wall. Tama. Hanging wall, this is the footwall. There. Okay. So paano natin malalaman ngayon? Dito pa lang, di ba? The hanging wall, what? What? The hanging wall went down. Dito pa lang makikita ninyo 800 na dito. Eh dito pa lang nasa 400, di ba? This yeah, that's a 500. You get it? People, do you get it? Dun sa elevation pa lang nito, mababa na compared doon sa kabila, mataas na. Okay? So in that case, the footwall, what did I say? The hanging wall went down. Ano nga natin to? Dumi yan, gulo eh. Can I erase this? This is 500 again. Let's check. This is 5. This is 5. This is 6. Ito is 600 eh. So this is 600. Baliktad, di ba? 600 is here. There. It's dipping towards that direction. Baliktad naman kayo. Tama. Baliktad. Uy. Para matapos na tayo. Tama ba? Ito 600, 500. Kanina, parang baliktad yata kanya. So it's dipping towards that direction. So it's dipping towards not the west. It's towards the east. Correct. So it's towards the east. Tama. Uy, kayo nasa likod. Hirap. Tama ba ako? Ha? Tama? Pa-east. Okay, sa pa-east. So baliktad tayo. Ano yung hanging wall? The hanging wall should be, this is the hanging wall block. This is the footwall block there. Correct. So if that is the case, this is the footwall hanging wall. The hanging wall, what? Move down or move up? It moved up. Therefore, what kind of a fault is it? It's also a reverse fault. It's a reverse fault that cut a synform. Diba? Parang you have a some sort of like this. This is the fault there. Okay? If this is the synform like this, okay? Something like that. Kaya nga, you look at this symbol there, that is a symbol of a thrust fault there. Binigay na nga eh. Okay? So the thrust fault is verging towards what direction? The thrust fault or reverse fault is verging to what direction? Towards the east. Tama? Hindi. It's towards the west. A west verging fault is an east dipping thrust fault. Again, a west verging fault is east dipping. Pakihawak nga. Kairam ha? Patayo naman. Ganun po sa'yo. Dito ka. Pahiram ha? Let's say this is a fault plane. It's a fault plane. And say this is the north. This is east, that is west. Grabe ka naman. Ano gusto mo kasubit? This is verging like this. The fault, thrust fault verge towards that direction. It's verging towards the west. Therefore, it's dipping to the east. Get it? Okay. Maliwanag na po ba? Maliwanag na po ba ang mga dipping planes natin? So don't be intimidated by the figures. All you need to do is look at first the relationship of the units with the contact between with respect to the topographic contour. So we're just talking about whether the plane, whether it's a bedding plane, fault plane, or joint plane is horizontal or is it dipping. If it cross, it's dipping. Now then the next question, what is their relationship? So go to the very basic principle of geology in terms of the cross-cutting relationship, which cuts another one. The rock or the structure that cuts another rock or structure is younger than the rock or structure that it cuts. As simple as that. And then you look at the different units, right? So are we talking about unconformity or are actually talking about a fault plane? Whether it's an unconformity or a fault plane, the way we get the strike and dip of an unconformity is just the same as the fault, just like in a bedding plane. Okay? So all you need to do is stare on the map, understand their relationship. If you cannot visualize the structure, you use strike lines. From the deep direction, it would give you an idea if the plane is just dipping in one direction, or there is a fold that allows other beds to dip in another direction. So if you want to answer the question, which is the thrust fault, is a hanging wall, it's a question of which is the footwall or hanging wall. If it's a reverse fault, then you have to get the dip angle. Is it a low angle reverse fault? If it's a low angle reverse fault, then it is a thrust fault. Otherwise, if it's a high angle reverse fault, it's a reverse type of reverse fault. So the cutoff there is 45 degrees. So you need to get the deep angle of that. So if you ask, I saw an unconformity, very simple. You just look at that kind of rocks. If you're talking about both sedimentary rocks, very likely you're talking about angular unconformity. But if not, there might be a paraconformity, assuming, or a disconformity, assuming that there is what? An age of the rocks given. By now, you should know your geologic age, di ba? Yung Cambrian, Ordovician, Silurian, Devonian, di ba? Carboniferous, Permian, etc. Di ba? So, yun yung mga yun. Ano pa ba? Tama. Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. Paleocene, Eocene, Oligocene, Miocene, Pleistocene. Susukan na ako. Tapos, try to memorize, of course, din yung stages. Try. Diba? Ako, minemorize ko lang hanggang Cretaceous eh. Cretaceous. Jurassic, Cretaceous, like that. Okay? So now, if you're given that age, tingnan nyo na kung anong klaseng contact ang pinapakita sa unconformity. So if it's a metamorphic rock and an igneous rock with respect to sedimentary rock, it is what? It's a non-conformity. And a non-conformity connotes what? erosion and or non-deposition. Diba? How would you know that there is a nonconformity other than the angular discordance? Kung walang angular discordance, how would you know? Of course, you would not see the age, but it would give you an idea. What? When you are doing geologic mapping, how do you establish the relative relationship? Because the contact is not always obvious. In fact, most of the time when you do field mapping, you don't see the contact because of the weathering. Lalo na sa Pilipinas, ang bilis ng weathering natin because of the typhoons and so on. So what do you look at? Huh? The type of rock. So what would I see? The type of rock. Other than that, if you establish a relative relationship, for example, we look at the conglomerates or maybe a sandstone, yung mukha ninyo isaksak nyo dun sa bato, identify the class. Because the class, you would not form a conglomerate if you don't erode the class. You don't erode the older sources. So eroding the older sources, that would give you ano yung mas matandang mga bato based on the class. And very likely their relationship with the older rock is an unconformity. That's why in the geologic column that you see, in the Geology of the Philippines or Lexicon of the Philippines, you would see those unconformity. And that's one way by which you can establish that. Uy, conglomerates to, anong formation to? Ay, baka ito ay zigzag formation. Ano yung mga class niya? Ay, mga ano to, mga andesites. Kaya nanggaling, an older andesite. Based on the literature sa Pugo Formation. Malamang yung nakita natin sa malayo yung sources niya. Ano kaya relationship? Hindi ko nakita yung relationship eh. Pero since may class ng ganun, malamang unconformity. Because you erode it before you deposit it. So there is already a time gap in the deposition. So an unferred unconformity. That's why mapping, really describing the rocks is important. In the same way when you're talking South Sandstone, petrography comes in. It gives you some detritus. O may mga detritus sa mga basalt. Malamang galing yung dito sa batong ito. Gets. Okay, so let's have a break. And we come back at 1. Okay, sige, salamat.
every step a new start. This world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall. Feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey. Live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Run wild through the fields, laughing in the sun. No need to look back now. Our lives have just begun. Colors of our memories, paint them in the sky. Hold on to our passions, let our spirits fly. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way.
Welcome to a world beneath our feet, a world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shaped our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. didn't care. Now I know I need you. I need you. I need you. Now I know I need you. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it. Try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor. Go ahead, sprinkle some truffle on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? You only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want. I just want what's fair. I'll bring that fire and desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there.
I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me. Somebody this fly. And you deserve to be seen with somebody as fly as me. Somebody this fly.
Oh, don't let them trick you with the guitar.
Hey, 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 lover, you don't have to be a star. Hey, 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 lover, I love you just the way you are. For love is just the same in a fortune of fame. Just give me true love and understanding. True love and understanding.
Wake up bright and early. Let's chase all the lights. Every step a new start. This world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall. Feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey. Live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Run wild through the fields, laughing in the sun. No need to look back now. Our lives have just begun. Colors of our memories, paint them in the sky. Hold on to our passions, let our spirits fly. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way.
beneath our feet. A world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shape our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. With you I see hope when before I didn't care. Now I know I need you. I need you. I need you. Now I know I need you. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor. Go ahead, sprinkle some truffles on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? Y'all only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want. I just want what's fair. I'll bring that fire and desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there. I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me, somebody this fly. And you deserve to be seen with somebody as fly as could brighten me. Let's chase all the light. Every step a new start. This world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall. Feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey. Live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Run wild through the fields, laughing in the sun. No need to look back now. Our lives have just begun. Colors of our memories, paint them in the sky. Hold on to our passions, let our spirits fly. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way.
Welcome to a world beneath our feet, a world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shape our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. I see hope when before I didn't care? Now I know I need you. I need you. I need you. Now I know I need you. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it. Try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor, go ahead, sprinkle some truffles on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? Y'all only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want, I just want what's fair. I'll bring that fire and desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there.
I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me. Somebody this fly. And you deserve to be seen with somebody as fly as me. Somebody this fly.
Oh, don't let them trick you with the guitar.
Hey, 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 lover, you don't have to be a star. Hey, 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 lover, I love you just the way you are. For love is just the same in a fortune of fame. Just give me true love and understanding. True love and understanding.
Wake up bright and early. Let's chase all the lights. Every step a new start. This world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall. Feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey. Live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way.
Welcome to a world beneath our feet, a world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shaped our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. With you I see hope when before I didn't care. Now I know I need you. I need you. I need you. Now I know I need you. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor. Go ahead, sprinkle some truffle on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? Y'all only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want. I just want what's fair. I'll bring that fire and desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there. I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me. Somebody this
every step a new start. This world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall. Feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey. Live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Run wild through the fields, laughing in the sun. No need to look back now. Our lives have just begun. Colors of our memories, paint them in the sky. Hold on to our passions, let our spirits fly. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way.
Welcome to a world beneath our feet, a world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shaped our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. With you I see hope when being Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor. Go ahead, sprinkle some truffle on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? You only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want. I just want what's fair. I'll bring that fire and desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there. I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me, somebody this fly. And you deserve to be seen with somebody as fly as me, somebody this fly. Oh, don't let them trick you with the jib talk.
Hey, 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 lover, you don't have to be a star. Hey, 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 lover, I love you just the way you are. For our love is just the same in a fortune of fame. Just give me true love and understanding. True love and understanding.
Wake up bright and early. Let's chase all the lights. Every step a new start. This world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall. Feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey. Live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Run wild through the fields, laughing in the sun. No need to look back now. Our lives have just begun. Colors of our memories, paint them in the sky. Hold on to our passions, let our spirits fly. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way.
Welcome to a world beneath our feet, a world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Everybody want the dinosaur.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shape our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. With you I see hope when before I didn't care. Now I know I need you. I need you. I need you. Now I know I need you. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor. Go ahead, sprinkle some truffles on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? Y'all only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want. I just want what's fair. Desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there. I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me, somebody this fly, and you
Pwede na. Sige, project na natin. Okay, so for the next session, we're going to focus on the 3-point problem and then pass through maybe the busking method. And that would be the last. If we still have time, the stratigraphic projection. But before we go to that, if I were to ask you this, there, okay? Automatically, what kind of an unconformity that we see? Automatic angular unconformity. So automatic naman yan, di ba? Unang-una, you see if you're gonna make if you're gonna analyze this, you have to know which is the oldest and which is the youngest. The P cuts this one, therefore the P is younger than that one. Correct. So automatically, these units over here are older compared to these units over there. And also, if we are going to look at these units there, okay? So you just have to analyze each and one of them. Ang strike line ito is oriented this way, correct? This is the strike line over there. There's another strike line that you can actually create. As I have said, you just need one strike line, and all strike lines pertaining to the same bedding contact or plane contact would be parallel to one another. But if you're gonna analyze this one, the strike line of this would be different, right? Because this would be oriented this way, 400, like this. Automatically, there's already an angular discordance. So again, if I were to make a strike line, draw it like this. This is the strike line for P. Okay. So that for that bed that is between 450, that's 450. And there's another strike line. This is also 450 over there. Right? It's just continuous like this. Tama? And then you can create another strike line there. There's no corresponding 400 on the other side, but that's not a problem because all strike lines are parallel. Therefore, you can create a strike line that is 400 like this, right? Parallel to this one. So this would be 400, therefore. The river cuts through this. Therefore, it's dipping towards the downstream or upstream. This is 450, this is 400, this is the river. The river goes this way, correct? Tama? So it's dipping, and that is consistent with the rule of V if you're going to check it. Now, if you're going to look at the other set of beds, this is parallel to this. So all we need to do is to concentrate on one strike line because that would be a reflection, and the orientation would be a reflection of the other planes there. So this would be there. This is 350, so this is 350 like that. 350. And then the other one would be, this is 400. 400, therefore. Okay? So if that is the case, therefore, the river goes this way. Correct. So this is what? Dipping downstream or dipping upstream? So it's also dipping upstream. Tama? Look at the V. Tama? Correct? Do you follow? So therefore, if you're gonna look at the angular discordance, the strike line of this is like this, the strike line of this is like that. Therefore, there definitely has an angular unconformity. Not to mention that there is also a difference in the dip angle if you're going to compute for it. So we are clear on that aspect. Now, if you are asked to make a cross-section like that. So for example, a cross-section between X and Y. So this would be the cross-section that will be created. So this would be the strike, that will be the strike. Therefore, you need to compute for the apparent dip because the cross-section is not perpendicular to either of the strike lines that we created. Follow. So I already taught you how to compute for the apparent dip. And it should be easy by now because you know now the trigonometric function there. So if we want the trigonometric function, you get the acute angle between the strike line and the cross-sectional line and the strike of the bed. If you want to make use of the wool node, then you get the angle between the dip direction, which is perpendicular to that, and that of the cross-sectional line, using the wool node diagram. Understood. Kaya nga madali lang to eh. Pag na-rattle kayo, you stop. If you are rattled, you'd better stop and think of the basic. Do not think of the complicated imagination or complicated idea. The more na mararattle kayo. But if you're gonna look at it, it's very basic. And whatever you learn here, definitely that is how you are going to do your geologic mapping and the generation of geologic maps. Okay? Now we go now to the 3-point problem. And I'm sure you are also familiar with the 3-point problem. The 3-point problem is just the same as the rule of V. It's consistent with the rule of V. It's also consistent with the strike line concept. The only difference between the 3-point problem is in the 3-point problem, they removed the topographic contours. In other words, if you're going to look at this map, right? If you're going to look at this map, if you're gonna look at this map, then sabihin natin, Pedro was traversing a particular area. And then he obtained or he observed a strike and dip here at an elevation of 400, because that is 400, okay? That marks the contact between B and A. When he was further walking along a particular valley, he also saw a contact between A and B, exactly at the same contact, but at different elevation. In this case, it's 350, right? And then he was walking again. He found out that there's another one over here at at 450. Example lang, 450. So what we do in the 3-point problem, right? We connect the highest point and the lowest point. Correct. Something like that. The highest point and the lowest point, which is this one. Because in between that point, there is a 400. So hindi lang siya drawn properly, 400, and the 400 is there. Therefore, you have a 400, you now are able to create a strike line. It's the same concept. Wala namang pinagkaiba, niloloko lang kayo. So that's why if we're gonna look at the next exercise, here, look, there. This is an example of a 3-point problem. It's maybe the typical 3-point problem that was given to you before. You had a 3-point problem, correct? Before? Did you have a 3-point problem, geostructural? So normally this is what they give. But if you're gonna think about it, it's just a map that they did not put in the topographic contours. In this problem, there are 3 points that Juan, this time around, was able to take note of. And all of these points, he laid out on a map given a particular scale. Okay? And he assumed that the north is there. So this is basically a map. All right? So the way he solved it is that we combine the lowest point and the highest point because we know that in between the highest point and the lowest point, there are intermediate numbers where we can find 2,700. So what we do, 3,400, we combine that. And how do we find 2,700 within that line? What do you do? Anong ginagawa ninyo? How do you divide that? How? Uy, ang paborito ko eh. Nahanap kita eh. Ikaw, how do you divide 3,4 to 2,4 para mahanap yung 2,700?
I-add ko yung dalawa, sir. And then
5,800. Add it. Add ko eh. 3,4.
3,100 saka plus 400. Add ko yung dalawa.
Add ko, 5,800 na.
And divide to.
Ha?
Divide.
Divided by 2, 2,900. O tapos,
So, malapit sa 200. Ay, sa 2,700. So, estimate na lang.
ganon. Naninigarilyo ka, no? Ah, hindi. Kala ko na may sigarilyo ka eh. Hindi ka naninigarilyo? Ah, sorry ah. Oh, amoy candy ka lang siguro. Sige, ikaw sir, how do you divide that? Paano hahanapin yung 3,000, 2,700 sa 3,4 at saka 2,4? What do you do? Ano estimate? How do you divide it? Ha? I-divide nyo into 10. I-divide natin tigwa 100. Tama ba? So, paano natin dinidivide ang tigwa 100 to? Ha? How? Kukuha ka ng ruler, tapos i-divide mo. Tama. Kuwari, may linya ako rito ganyan. Okay? Point na yan. I-divide ko ng 10. Anong gagawin ko? So, may measure nyo nga yan. Kawawa naman kayo. People, hindi ba kayo nag-drawing? Ayusin natin ha. Kuwari, i-divide ko yung line na yan into 10. Banlag ba ako ka rito? Pero man ng isang triangle at saka ruler, hawakan mo yung blackboard kasi gumagalaw, ha? Sige, ikaw na magturo dyan. Ikaw na. Pero man ng triangle there, at saka ruler. Yan. Kainis naman kayo, sir. Iba tinuruan tayo sa koleyo. You just make any arbitrary line. Any line. Pag ganyan, ganun. Di ba? I-divide lang natin. Hawakan mo naman maigi. Pwede pakihawak itong kabila. Sample. Paikiin na lang natin para hindi naman tayo masyadong mahirapan. Sample lang, that is the line. You make any line arbitrary kahit pa ganyan kung gusto niya natin, no? Divide lang natin. Kahit pa ganyan, pa ganito. Connect it like this. So this is 1, 2, 3. Oops, gumalaw. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Kung yan 10, connect this with this, people. Then you slide it there. Maliit lang ating ano eh. Slide it like this. Kung saan siya tatama ron, slide it. Or slide pataas. Maliit kasing ko ano eh. Get it? Yung like that. Sample lang. Ang liit ng iyong triangle. Slide it. Slide. So, hindi na siya accurate, no? Kasi gumagalaw. Kung saan siya tatama ron, then you are able to divide it equally. Hindi yung tipo may measure mo. Kung 11.68, tapos kung calculate 11, bibili mo. Mauubos ang oras ninyo. That's very practical, basic drawing, people. So, you know how to divide it. Okay. So, what we do, salamat. Pwede naman kayo tumayo dyan forever. Go. Soli mo naman. Thanks. So, in the 3-point problem, we divide this. Then, for example, this is 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9. I don't know. Hindi na equal eh. 3,000, 1, 2, 3, 4. So, 5, 6, 7. Let's just assume this is 2,700. Then, now we are able to create a strike line. And all strike lines are parallel to one another. So, we are able to now to make a strike line that's parallel to each other. 2, 7, 2, 6, 2, 5, 2, 4. The same concept as we have discussed a while ago. Again, the difference is that the contour lines were not shown, but the concept is the same. Understood? Wala siyang pinagkaiba. It's the same. So if I were to move further there, that's how we do it. Okay? So we are now able to divide it into several sections. And then you look for that 2, 4, 2, 7. And then what do we do? Okay? We now get the strike and dip. So in this case, what you can do is if you have this, you now are able to get the strike. Because if this is the north, right? If that is the north, then that angle there would be the strike. In the same way, if you want to get the dip angle, so you know it's dipping towards this direction, correct? You can lay that out. That would be the x. In other words, it's like you're making a cross section there. And then you look for the y, and then you get the theta. So dito rin, ganun din naman yung concept that instead of separating that to get the strike and dip, right? Instead of doing that, what they did was just to make simple use. It's like a ruler. It's like a triangle. In a triangle, can I borrow a triangle? Right? This is a cross-section of triangle. Ang ginawa lang nila, inihiga lang nilang ganyan para doon na gumawa ng cross-section kaysa ihihiwalay mo. Like this one. We have already identified the x. Right? So dito, we have already identified the we are able to create a cross-section. For example, you make this point as already, what is this point for this? This is at, say for example, this is at 2,400. What is this point over here? 2,434. Okay? And make this as 3,400, right? 3,400. This would be the 2,400. Combine this kasi ito na yung difference nitong 3,4. Ito ay 2,4. So that is their distance. That would be the x. Tama. Dito na siya gumawa ng cross-section instead na hiniwalay. Tama? Nakuha nyo? Kasi ginagawa natin kanina, hinihiwalay pa natin para ito yung x, then this would be by that would be the theta. You can do it directly here. Because you know already the distance between 3,4 and 2,4, which is this distance, equivalent to that distance over there. Okay, so assume that this is 3,4. And now, using this scale over there, hanapin nyo yung 2,4. So that is 2,4 is 1,000 dito. So 2,4 is there. Combine, that would be the theta. Kuha. Di ba? Walang pinagkaiba. Chicken, easy. Uy, ba't mamukha ninyo parang tulala? Did you understand ba? As I have said, if you do not understand, please tell me because you will not see me ever again. Gets? Tama? Okay. So here, in another exercise, may exercise binigay dyan. 3-point problem. Let's go there. A distinctive sandstone bed crops out at 3 localities. Outcrops A and B are on the 300-meter contour line. Okay, 300 meter. And point C is on a 200-meter contour line. Outcrop B is 400 meters to the north 40 east of the outcrop A. And outcrop C is 200 meters to the north 20 west of the outcrop A. Assuming that the sandstone bed is homoclinal, meaning to say it's dipping in just one direction, what is the strike and dip? Now, to solve this problem, you have to create your map. It doesn't really matter what the scale is, but you have to establish your own scale para ma-layout mo yung different points mo. Di ba? You start off maybe with outcrop, So you start off with A's. Simula ka muna ng A there. So let's establish A there. So ang sinasabi rito is that outcrop B is 400 meters to the north 40 east of outcrop A. So if this is A, you create a line that is north-oriented north 40 east. Correct? So as to what distance, it depends on the scale that you are using. Ikaw ang mag-establish ng scale. Regardless, kung ang scale mo rito is that for every, what you call this is 400 meters. Like for every 1 centimeter, mag-layout ka ng 50 meters or 100 meters. It doesn't really matter. So kung 400 meters siya, okay, tapos 1 centimeter is to 50 meters. How many centimeters are you going to lay out here? Kung 1 centimeter is to 50 meters. To get 400 meters, how many centimeters are going to lay out? 8. So bilang ka ng 8 centimeters so that you can lay out outcrop B. So for outcrop C, it's 240 meters to the north, 20 west. So if you're using this scale, you have to be consistent with the scale. You lay out north 20 west, which is like this. Okay? So 240 meters. So hanapin mo yung 240 meters and using this scale. Kung ito yung nakuha ninyo, so that would be outcrop C. Then you combine that with that, and then you put now the elevation. So the elevations B, A, and B are at 300. So this would be 300. This would be at 300. And letter C, outcrop C, is at what? 200. Kasi nasa 200 contour line daw siya. So therefore, it's 200 meter yung kanyang elevation. Okay? So there's no problem anymore. Why? Because A and B lie on the same elevation. So that would definitely be our strike. And so you can now create another strike line parallel to C. So that would be now the strike line at 200. So where is it dipping? What direction is the dip? What direction? It's northwest. What's the dip angle? Then you compute again. You make a cross section, right? You make a cross section. So this would be the distance there. I make a cross section there. So this would be my X. I would assume that this is 300. Using the scale that I used, kung nga andito ko makikita yung 200, then I combine that with the theta. That would be the theta. Easy. You get it? That's why when you're doing strike and dip, people, di ba? You're getting a strike and dip. Pag naglalakad kayo, you always have a topo map with you. Kung saan mo pil natin strike and dip mo there, assuming same contact, kung 45 degrees dyan, meron kang contact yan, you know the elevation there. Kasi naka-plot sa topo map mo eh. Tapos kung if you are able to encounter the same contact sa topo map, nandun siya, then you are able to do that. Then from there, you can infer the strike and dip of a particular unit. Follow? Okay, so let's go to some of the problems. Sorry. Let's go back. Oops, mali. Okay, doon sa pangalawa. Let's go to yung sa pangatlo na lang. Let's just skip that one. It's almost the same type of problem eh. Okay? 3 wells have been drilled by PNOC. In order to find the thick coal seam in an undisclosed barangay, in order to track the seam into adjoining barangay, the company geologists must know the strike and dip of the seam. The following data were obtained by the well site crew. The wells were positioned at the corners of a square that is 500 meters on a side, 2 edges of the square trend north-south, and 2 edges trend east-west. Now, this is a problem also that you can apply when you are in a mining company. In a mining company, you do drilling. Nagdi-drill tayo, di ba? Doon sa drill natin, where we are standing on, you know the elevation. Then if you go to another site, because the reason why we're drilling, we want to determine the continuity of the vein that we encountered maybe on the surface. So we want to continue it like that. And we have to ensure kung ano ba talagang strike and dip niya doon sa ilalim. So if you are able to drill at several points at different elevations, and then you encounter the top of that vein, okay, or mineralized portion of that fault, then you will be able to actually derive the strike and dip. So that is the one that exemplifies this. Just like this, 3 wells have been drilled by the company, right? Okay, so what are we going to do with this? Given that we have different ground elevations, for well 1, it's 730. For well 2, it's 850. For well 3, it's 760. And then at well 1, when they drilled at well 1, they encountered the top of the coal at 220 meters. When they drilled at well number 2, they encountered the top of the coal at 410. And at well number 3, they encountered the top of the coal at 340 meters. So with that, what is the strike and dip of the coal on the basis of the borehole data? How do you solve this? Anyone? Any volunteer? Yes. Go. Okay. Exactly. It's very simple. All we need to do is subtract the ground elevation to the depth, to the top of the coal, so that we would know the elevation at that point underneath or in the subsurface. So if this is the top of the well, and we drilled, right? This is 730 meters above mean sea level because we're talking about elevation. So we want to know the elevation at that point there. So if we subtract 220 by 730, that would be equivalent. So we know the strike because they laid out that the strike is north something west. Correct. Tama? Dipping towards what direction? Where is it dipping? Southwest, because the values of the strike decreases towards this direction. Therefore, it is southwest. So maybe this is about north 50 west, dipping southwest. Then you compute for the deep angle as we have done a while ago. Clear? O, baliktarin naman natin. Nahan. Okay. Sabihin natin, you encountered those points when you were traversing. You plotted it on a topo map. Okay? Then you are required to generate a map. So a map should show the lithologic contact between 2 units or between 3 units. Okay? How do you produce the map? And this is what you normally do. Naglalagay ka lang ng strike and dip dyan or nagpla-plot ka. And eventually, dinudugtong-dugtong mo itong mga ito. How do you make dugtong-dugtong? Oh, nawala na tayo. Binaliktad ko lang. How? Kaya, mabalik tayo. Sabi ko na nga ba eh. So we're just talking about one contact here. Mabalik tayo rito. Diba? Sheng Wong Sensei. Nag-introduce. Balik tayo. 400. Tama. Dinugtong ko siya sa 200. Dinugtong ko siya sa 100. That's why I was able to create this contact. Kanina, pinakita na yung contact. Ang ni-require sa atin, hanapin yung strike and dip. This time around, pinakita yung contact doon kanina. Pero hindi pa buo. Ito. Kayo nga ang mabubuo eh. So if you understand this, you should be able to make buo. And how do we do that then? How? Diba? Sabi ko sa inyo, the strike line concept is just the same as the 3-point problem. Sinabi ko naman sa inyo sa 3-point problem, binura lang yung contour lines. Ngayon, nilagay ko yung contour lines, naguluhan na kayo, ano ba kayo? I-combine lang natin, ano ba problema niyo sa buhay? O, ayan. So, napadasal tuloy ako ng di oras. Eh? So this is what? 30. This is 35. This is what? 15. Okay? Naku, baka bumulaki Uy, baka gumalaw yung board eh. Yan. Anong gagawin natin? O, hanap ulit natin yung strike line. Paulit-ulit, parang sirang plaka. So, we combine 35 and 15, which we have done. Correct? Then we can divide this into 5. So, how many 5? 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Divide this into 4. Equal na ba? Siyempre, hindi ko, rough lang yan. Pwede. 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 O, di hatiin natin. So, this would be 20, 25, 30. So, meron na akong dalawa. 30. This one. Combine. Then I have 25 there. Then I have 20. 20. So walang 20. So make a line parallel to this. Assuming lang na tama ito. And then we have 15 over here. I do not know if this is point ko lang kung saan nag-i-intersect. Balik tayo kanina. Okay, this one. Diba? Gets ninyo? So yung 40, kung saan nag-coincide yung strike line mo with the topographic contour, we mark it. Kung saan nag-intersect yung strike line mo with the topographic contour, we mark it, just like this one. Okay? So we go back to the problem. So here, okay? Tama? Then, as I have explained a while ago, combine. Something like that. May kulang pa? Sige na, galit. Ito na, tao din nagkakamali. O yan. Di ba? So kung babalikan natin, kaya nga people, kahit balik-balik, even though we change it, we change the problem, if you totally understand the concept, you should not be confused because that's the same kind of concept that we talked about. Look at this. Right? 400 connects with 300, 300 connects with 200, and so on and so forth. And it's consistent with the rule of V's. So if I were to show you the problem kanina, you can now solve for the strike and dip. The strike that is north something west, correct? It's dipping to the southwest at a particular angle. Is it dipping downstream or out upstream? So all you need to do is to look for the ilog. And the ilog there is, where is the ilog? The ilog is here. And is it dipping downstream? You look at the pattern of this with respect to the ilog, it's consistent with the rule of this. So it's dipping downstream. So which is the oldest? 1 or 2? Ano ka ba? Di malamang 1, di ba? Ano ka ba naman, sir? Padali-daling tanong yan. O, di ba? Yabang yun ah. Gets? Do you understand, people? So that's why if you're gonna look at the way I lectured this morning, it's important that you understand the concept of topographic maps. It's important that you know the relationship of the rivers with respect to the topographic maps. It's important that you know the relationship of the orientation of the plane, whether it's a bedding plane or a fault plane or a joint plane, with respect to the topographic contours. And you know now that even you're talking about strike line approach, a 3-point problem approach, or this kind of approach that allows you to complete geologic data on the basis of a simple plot, even without the strike and dip, of a simple plot of a particular contact, you will be able to arrive at the same answer. That's why when you do field mapping, you need to continuously plot on the topographic maps and make sure that you are able to relate all of these points. When I say relate, that ensure that you are just looking into a contact between the different formational units. As I have said, oftentimes formations, the contact with a particular formational unit or two formational units, they are not obvious because of weathering or erosion. But on the basis of your plot, even not using your Bronton, you will be able to derive at the general trend or general orientation of the formational unit. But of course, best is if you get the strike and dip. Now, if your strike and dip does not, does not conform to the geologic contact orientation of a previously generated map, then there is something wrong with the previously generated map, and that is your duty to update the map. And also be careful, of course. This kind of approach is with the assumption that there is no fault cutting through this, because the fault, as you can see, can change the orientation of the beds as I have demonstrated. So if they do not conform, you know that something is disturbing the continuity of the beds. Okay? Or is there a fault? Then you look at remote sense image, and of course, you do the field validation. Get it? Okay, let's have a 10-minute break.
Wake up bright and early, let's chase all the lights. Every step a new start, this world in our sight. Dream big and stand tall, feel the wind on your face. Together we rise up in this beautiful place. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Run wild through the fields, laughing in the sun. No need to look back now, our lives have just begun. Colors of our memories, paint them in the sky. Hold on to our passions, let our spirits fly. Smile for the journey, live it all today. Capture every moment in our own way. Boom, boom, aka like a boom, 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 aka like a boom, 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 aka like a boom, 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 aka like a boom, boom.
Welcome to a world beneath our feet, a world that holds the secrets to our planet's past, present, and future.
Join us as we embark on an extraordinary journey exploring the laboratory and the great outdoors.
In our state-of-the-art laboratories, you'll dive deep into the mysteries hidden within rocks, minerals, and fossils. Our expert faculty will guide you through hands-on experiments, helping you unlock the stories these formations hold.
The lab work is incredible. We get to analyze rock composition and mineral identifications that will lead to geological formation.
It's like uncovering the Earth's history piece by piece.
Our journey doesn't end at the lab. As geologists, we venture out into the world to witness the forces that shape our planet. Get ready for thrilling field expeditions that'll take your learning to the next level.
Being out in nature, applying what we've learned in class to real-world scenarios is beyond rewarding. It's like connecting the dots between theory and the awe-inspiring reality of the Earth's geological wonders. So, if you're ready to unravel the Earth's mysteries, to explain its history, and contribute to the understanding of its future, the Geology program of the University of Southeastern Philippines is your gateway.
Are you prepared to venture where the Earth's secrets await?
Come, be part of the Geology family, where laboratory and fieldwork are more than just studies. They're a lifelong adventure.
Lost and broke, I feel like we can't get anywhere. Enough to feel like leaving. Hopeless, but I know that this can't be everything. We don't need this heartache. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. With you I see hope when before I didn't care. Now I know I need you. I need you. I need you. Now I know I need you. We could break away if you really want to run. Hard to keep the pace when you're staring at the sun. Let's hide away from it, try to escape from it. Let's hide away if you really want to run. Maybe it's freedom, a chance to keep breathing.
Okay, now have you ever been with a player? Take you downtown where they treat me like the mayor. Take you to the crib where you take it upstairs. What's upstairs? Shit, I'ma show you later. Don't need a spatula, everything catered. Extra flavor. Go ahead, sprinkle some truffles on your mashed potatoes. I'm tryna love you. Is you gon' love me back? Y'all only get what you give. Ain't you heard of that? Look here, I don't ask for much. You know what I want. I just want what's fair. I'll bring that fire and desire, baby. All you gotta do is meet me halfway there. I deserve to be with somebody as fly as me, somebody this fly. And you deserve to be seen with somebody as fly as me, somebody this fly. Oh, don't let them trick you with the guitar.
Hey, 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 lover, you don't have to be a star. Hey, 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 lover, I love you just the way you are. For our love is just the same in a fortune of fame. Just give me true love and understanding. True love and understanding.
Protection. Tama? Okay? So it's good, right? So for the busking, have you done busking method? The busking method allows us to give an estimate of the formational units. Yesterday, I said that whenever you see a name of formation, for example, Sigaboy Formation or maybe Klondike Formation, Mirador Formation, in each of these formational units, a report of its estimate thickness is given. Of course, in the field, you do not measure it using a meter tape because a formational unit can go more than 100 meters or even more than 1,000 kilometers, just like a Klondike Formation. So the basic way of doing it is through the use of busking method. So the busking method assumes or tries to make a particular dipping unit into a parallel fold. Okay? So for example, you are able to get a strike and dip of 1. So say this is the road. Okay? That is the road there. The road goes for several kilometers. And then you are able to get a contact of a unit here. So for example, this is a limestone, and then a limestone formation, and then this formation over here. Hindi natin ganyan. Like this. And then the formation here is, the contact is like this. And say, for example, this is dominated by conglomerates, and the other one is dominated by pyroclastic units. So these are formational units. Of course, if it runs for several kilometers, you don't measure each of those beds. Okay? So that is where the strength of the busking comes in. If we want to estimate the thickness of that, we make this into a parallel fold. How do we do this? So we plot the dip. Okay? We plot the dip angle. So once we have plotted the dip angle there, assuming that you also are able to compute for the apparent dip, of course, you need to consider that if the section that you did not run through perpendicular to the strike. So you make a line perpendicular to the dip. You make a line perpendicular to the dip. Sample lang, ito. Sabihin natin, nag-intersect sila rito, somewhere there. Okay, somewhere there. You get your compass. When I say a compass, am I right? It's the one that's got tusok-tusok in the pencil. Tama? It's got tusok-tusok in the pencil. Chris Aquino, ikaw ba yan? Anyway. And then you make that as an arc like this. So it makes it some sort of a parallel fold like that. Okay? Like this. And then that would give you the estimate thickness. Okay? You get it? Of course, you know that when you lay this out, you use a particular scale, right? And you use the scale that would give you the estimate thickness. So you go to the contact between this and that so that you can get the estimate thickness of this. That's how normally the thickness of a formation is taken, the estimate dip, based on this concept, the busking method. Okay, but of course, you have to consider the fact, like, have you been to Baguio City? Not yet. Anyway, I think though, when you already did your traverse in Mati, or maybe in, what you call this, in Puhada, and then I think you've already noted that this unit belongs to this formation, that unit belongs to that formation. And you're able to delineate the contact, diba? You plot it there. From there, you go back to the area, and then you do this. But what I am just saying is that in the process of doing this, you have to also take into consideration the presence of the fault. Why is that so? Because reverse fault, which I have mentioned to you, tends to repeat the beds, repetition. So that can overestimate the thickness. Diba? Kasi na-repeat eh. In the same way, normal fault can omit the beds, therefore it can underestimate the thickness. That's the reason why, that's where field mapping comes in. Are we clear on that? Okay, so this is with the assumption that there are no faults, but if there are faults, you have to consider that. Clear? Now we go to the last part, which is the stereographic projection. Paano ba ginagawa ang stereographic projection? When do you use the equal angle and the equal area? Can I stop this presentation, go to the next? I'll go. Eh? Sige, ito. So I believe they do not consider stereographic in projection in the, what they call this, in the board exam. I don't know, but at the very least, I think that is very, very important when it comes to geotechnical engineering. Okay, and also if you want to have a general idea of where the stress is, right? Stress analysis. There are a lot of applications for stereographic projection, and there are two types of plots that we do: the equal angle and the equal area. So stereographic projection, as stated here, so just to run through, since this is just a bonus, right? It's a method of representing and interpreting orientational data, either as a plane or either as a point. If we represent a point, it represents the pole to the plane. If we have a line, we can also represent a line as a point, okay? And that point, refer that as a pole. Now, before I continue, I will erase this first. Yeah. Okay, it's used for determining the inclined beds, for the pole, for the apparent deep and true dip. It also allows us to determine the attitude of intersection of planes. For mining companies, they apply this also to determine which parts of the the tunnel can where failure can happen, particularly for wedge failure and so on and so forth, right? So you can see there that this portion over there is equal angle, okay, and this one is equal area. If you are computing for angles, then you make use of this. But if you want to interpret about the structure itself in terms of a pole, then you make use of the equal area. So you can just imagine that when you talk about stereogrid, which you're looking at that, okay? Imagine the Earth as an Earth. It's a globe. So in the globe, we only consider the lower hemisphere. Kumbaga, kung ito yung globe, hatiin natin siya sa equator sa gitna. So pag nakita natin, ganito tayo nakatingin. When you get a bowl, the bowl, no? Tama? Bowl, toilet bowl yun, di ba? Bowl, like this. So here, you can put a plane. Plane. Okay? So this is the plane. This is the plane. So pag ganito, this is the top of the bowl. Right? Pag vertical, it's only the line that you see. Correct. It's the line that you see. If it's horizontal, it's the whole plane that you see. Right? Then as you make this inclined and steeper, then you would see like this until it becomes vertical. Get it? Diba? Kaya nga, you would see in the StereoNet there that there are a lot of lines of different, there. Kita ninyo? So, yung, so this is the vertical, this is horizontal like this, okay? So this is becoming steeper, correct? Okay? So we will start plotting. So just to go through this, there, okay? So this is the primitive circle there. Hindi kaya, no? This is the great circles there. And these are the small circles there. Okay. So if we are going to plot the orientation of the plane, so you can see that this is 0 because this is the one that is 0, and that would be a 90 degrees. So how do we plot it again? So we go to item number 1. Let's just get one example there. You plot north 25 east. North 25 east. So where is north 25 east? So you put the east here. So north 25. Hanapin niyo yung 25 there. Right? Hanapin. Overlay niyo yung ano nyo. There. Hanapin ang north 25 east. Once you have reached north 25 east, you bring it to the north-south line. Okay, you bring it to the north-south line. Yung tracing paper nyo dapat. Meron ba kayong tracing paper na pinatong yung thumbtacks na merong masking tape? This is the last part of structural, then we go to the multiple choice problem. Done it. Put it in the north-south line, then trace that line along the north-south line. So kung nailagay nyo na, yung north 25 is there, here. You trace that line. Have you traced it? And then plot 44 northwest. So if it's 44 northwest, so you count from, diba? We measure the angle, the deep angle from the horizontal. So 44, since you put that there, to 10, 20, 30, 40, 44 is here. Then you trace that there. So basically what you are trying to trace is this one, right? Get it? And then you bring that again back to its original position. So something like this, right? If you're going to look at it, this is a kind of plane that has a strike of north-south, and it's dipping towards the west at 50 degrees. So if you bring back to the north-south line, you will have a plane that is oriented north 25 east, dipping 44 north to the northwest. So dapat ang ina-expect ko is some sort of like this. Ba? Parang ganyan na plane. Tapos nakadip pa ganun. Tama ba? Get it? Could you please plot the next one and then we go to item number 2. So this just to show you how it is done. Go to one, patingin nga yung ginawa ninyo lang para lang. Okay, that's good. Okay. Sige nga, go to the next. Yes. Ano no? Wala kayo. Andito na kayo sa Yusef. Teka, baka matusok ako nito. I-label nyo kasi. I-label nyo na. North, south. At parang ang init naman dito. Anong ginawa nyo? Papat. At parang pinapawisan ako. North ano yan? North 25 is. So this is 30, 25 is there. Okay? So because ito, North 25 is, right? 25 is there. So you put that to the east west line. So that would be the line there, right? So it's now dipping towards what? 45 west. So dito yung west, di ba? So, kasi di ba pag babalik ko yan dyan, ito yung west ninyo, ito yung east ninyo. Okay. 44 northwest. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 42, 44 there. Raise that right to. Ano yan? Diyan, balik mo. So it's, it's dipping towards that direction. Okay. Kayo? Kasi naman. Yan. Okay. North land. 25 east. So this is 10, 20, 22, 24, 25. Okay? So, dali natin sa east-west line. So, east-west line. You can trace this if you want. Pero ako, hindi ko rin trace eh. Kasi what we are doing, is trying to trace the strike. This is the strike, right? Yan. And then, what's the deep? 44 northwest. So, northwest. So, andito tayo sa northwest quadrant. So, dito tayo magbibilang. 10, 20, 30, 40, 42, 44. Then, we trace this. Okay? Tuloy na ako. Trace. So, now, ganito na siya. It's dipping like this. Okay? So, it's dipping. This is the strike, which is north 25. Yeah? Diba? North 25 is dipping 44 degrees towards the northwest. So, you can just imagine, pag naka-top view pa, ito yung makikita mo. Okay? Okay. Yes? Ay, kinuha ko ba pencil mo? Sorry ah. Okay. Sino pa hindi nakakakuha? Hindi. Ito na nga yung northeast quadrant mo eh. So, sa susunod, for example, letter C. North 83, what's this? West. Saan yung North 83 West? So, dalhin mo siya dito. Tama, di ba? Yung deep. Yung deep angle is what? 43 northeast. Sa yung northeast quadrant mo, nandito. So, magbibilang ka from here. Di ba? 10, 20, 30, 40, 43. This somewhere. Trace it. Go. Bakit? Anong problema sa buhay? Saan ang? Saan ako nagkamali? Anong problema? Anya nga rin doon dito, mag-Ilocano ako dito, anya ka rin. Anong problema yun?
Hindi ko get the
Buti pala hindi ko ginano yung akin. Ano?
bakit dito dinraw yung ganito,
Alin ba? Anong item tayo?
yung North 25.
Okay. Alin ba? Nasa tayo?
Bakit sa yung pagka-Jordan?
Dali na-stress ako sa isa. Lagi ko lang dito. Lagi ko kasi yung tamang label. So, ano to? Grabe putol pa. Ano ba yan? East, correct. So, ang problema mo, nasan tayo?
Not 25.
North 25 East. Dito ang East. Going to the East, di ba? North 25 East. 25 degrees from the North, going to the East. 10, 20, 22, 24, 25. Dadaling ko siya. Kung gusto mo i-plot yung strike, it's the strike. Yan. Pero ako, hindi ko na-plot yan. And then, what you want to do now is 44, northwest. And dito yung northwest quadrant. Dito ako magbibilang. So, 10, 20, 30, 40, 44. There. There. Oh. Oh, yan na. So, it's like having a plane na it's dipping like this, di ba? So, pag top view, ito yung makikita ko. Di ba? So, this is the strike, that is the dip. Yung center niya, ito yung dip. Di ba? Gets na? Sino pa hindi nakakaintindi? Teka, tingnan ko lang to. Ay. So, you may be wondering, how is this significant? When you do the field mapping, you get a lot of strike and dip readings. So if you want to know what would be the dominant trend of a particular formational unit, you can plot it in terms of like this. It gives you a better visualization of the strike and dip reading of a particular formational unit or whatever geologic feature that you are trying to study. So strike and dip is not just one or two. You can have hundreds or thousands of the strike and dip reading. For better visualization, you can plot it like this. From the plot, you would see that they do not plot anymore the strike because automatically the end of each end of a arc, that would be the strike. The center of that arc would be the dip angle and the dip direction as well. Okay? So do you understand now? Now, pag sobrang dami ng linya, maybe let's go to the next. If we want to do, other than the other strike and dip, we can plot the plunging fold hinge. So what is the hinge? The hinge is what? A hinge is a line. So if I have a fold like this, and if it's plunged, this is the hinge line there, right? This is the hinge line. And it plunges towards that direction. Correct. Pwede sana lagay ko sa loob ng bunganga ko. Hirap na ganun. There, like this. Right? That's the plunge. Correct. Okay? So, we can use the stereographic projection to plot a line because a hinge line is a line. So, how do we plot it? So, in the next exercise, the next problem, a plunging fold hinge has the orientation of 38 degrees. So, it means it plunges at 38 degrees. Okay? And towards a bearing of south 42 west. So you are asked to plot the hinge line on a stereogram. So how do you do it? So balik tayo. First, you plot the south 42 west. Look for that south 42 west. Look for it. So south 42 west. This is north, south, west, there, right? So the west is over here, there. So south 42, this is 10, 20, 30, 40, 42 is there. Yes. Oo nga pala. Tao lang. South 42 is. So this is 10, 20, 30, 40, correct? No. This is 10, 20. Saan ba yung linya rito? This is 9, the west, right? So 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. This is 20, this is 10. So far, south 42, correct? 42. 42 is over there. So that would be the bearing already, right? But we want to trace the line. And that line plunges at 38 degrees. So where do we get that 38 degrees? Take note, this is a wrong, it's not the paper that we want. Because this is equal area, it's not equal angle. Notice this one. Dapat ganun. Eh, baka malito kayo. It's an equal area. But regardless, let's just assume that this is an equal area. What you do, you put that in the east-west line, or if you want, you can put it here. It doesn't really matter. Kasi what we're measuring is the angle. So yung angle niya is what? 38. So from here, if you put that point over here, you count 42 like that. Or if you put that there, you count 42 for that. And then if this is like 10, 20, 30, 40, 42 is there, you trace that line, that is the hinge of the fold. Get it? Hinge of that fold. So hinge line. So trace it. Sige, para hanapan natin. 3 more problems, then we go now to the multiple choice. South 42 West. Yun muna ang hanapin ninyo. South 42 West. Hanapin nyo dyan sa point na yan. Then you put that in the east-west line or maybe the north-south. Doesn't really matter. Then you look for that 38 degrees. 38 naman nakalagay rito. So, tatlo na lang na problem sa kayo. Ikaw. Ewan ko sa'yo. Ano? Ewan ko. Saan by South 42? Okay, nilagay mo yan sa north-south line. Okay, you counted 38 degrees. 38. Then you trace that line. That is the hinge. Tama. Ha? O yan, yes, correct. Okay? Sino pang hindi nakakuha? We jump to the next problem. Item number 5. Nakuha nyo? Doon sa item number 5. In the item number 5, it says that the true attitude of a dike, so let's say there's a dike, and then the dike, the exposure, trends what? it trends, when you say attitude, it's basically the orientation. It trends north 25 east, 65 southeast. Then this plane of a dike, nag-quarry daw kasi sabihin natin nagkaroon ng road widening. So road widening, ginertical nila yung wall. So because of that, hindi na true attitude na naka-expose. What is exposed now is a plane, okay, that reflects not the true dip but rather an apparent dip. So given a vertical quarry wall that trends north 10 west that is actually vertical, what then is the apparent dip of the dike? Whether this is a dike or a bedding plane, it doesn't really matter. Okay? So let's just assume that the true attitude of a plane, like a bedding plane or a dike, is north 25 east, 65 southeast. Then it's cut by a vertical wall that trends north 10 west. What is the apparent dip? To solve this problem, since we're talking about a plane, plot north 25 and 65 southeast first. Akin ba talaga to? Ano lasa nito? Ano ba to? Ha? Naku. Parang tutuloy na ako matae. Ano ba yun? Halo-halo. Sige, salamat. Dali. So if you're going to think about it, we are plotting a plane and we're plotting a line, and that line represents that cross-sectional line. So kumbaga, if you want to visualize it, imagine this as a plane. Okay? Siya yung plane. Tapos, nag-quarry ako ganun vertical. Di ba? I made a vertical quarry. So this is the true dip, correct? But now, because of the quarrying ng wall, vertical wall, ito na ngayon yung new dip niya. Kasi yun yung expose eh, correct? Follow. Again, it's dipping this way. So if you're standing here, you are able to get the true dip because this is the true dip. Unfortunately, because of whatever, maybe road widening, they cut a quarry like this vertical wall. So if I cut it along this trend, what is the apparent dip? So the apparent dip should always be smaller than the true dip. So the answer that you're supposed to get should be a smaller dip angle. So paano natin gagawin yon? Na-plot na ba ang Na-plot na yung north 25, 65 southeast. Have you plotted it? Then you plot the line north 10 west. Where is north 10 west? North 10 west, draw that line, that point, then draw a line. As soon as it touches the plane, that would be the apparent dip. Di ba? Touches the plane. This is the plane. There. So what is that? 5. 4. Stress. Sana may ganun na pag ko sasabog siya. Kaya gawin ko kaya yan. Biglang sasabog yung estudyante. Okay, sandali lang. Hanapin mo muna. Hanapin mo muna itong north, ano. Saan? Nasa yung north and west mo. Oh, so ilagay mo rito. Nasaan yung plane mo kanina? Where? 160-34? Nasa yung 160-34? 160 degrees. The 34 is the deep, di ba? Ay, dito ba? Sige, so great. Tanga na po. Nasa in north 25 is 65 southeast. And then, where's this? North 24? Nasaan? Okay. North. Okay, you make a line perpendicular to it. Sige, you just make a line, a vertical line. Go. Yan. Okay, anong angle to? We, hindi. Bilangin mo yan mula doon. Ilan hanggang doon? Nag-gets nyo? Kasi di ba, sabi ko nga kanina, ganyan siya. Ito yung wall. So, pag nag-touch na yung line mo doon sa plane, yan na yung angle mo. So, kita mo to, nag-touch na doon sa plane doon. Dami na rito. Nagdagsaan. Dito nga tayo sa kabila. Nasaan nga? Dito ako sa kabila. Patingin nga, nasaan yung isa? Ikaw, nasaan ang ano mo? North 25 East. Nasaan? Okay? Ito. 65 Southeast. Okay. Nasaan yung North 10 West mo? North 10 West is the same as what bearing? Sa kabila. Ha? That would be South 10 East. Diba? Pareho lang naman yun eh. Kung ito ay North 10 West, South 10 East yung kabila. Tama. So, hanapin mo yung North 10 East or South 10 West. Nasaan na? So, yan line na yan. Paano mo ginawa yan? Ano? Ano dyan? Doon mo nilagay. Diyan mo nilagay. Okay. So, this is your plane. Tama? Yan yung plane mo. So, bilangin mo mula there. 10, 20, 30, 40. Bilangin mo hanggang doon. Anong angle yan? Diba? Pwede mong gusto mo, pwede mo bilangin mula dito. Doesn't really matter kasi equal angle naman yan pag ano. Doesn't really matter. Hanggang doon sa nag-plot siya doon. Diba? That would be the apparent dip. And you can see people, right? As you can see, that the apparent dip that you got is smaller than the true dip. You get it? Now, sometimes, if you have this, did you understand already, guys? Okay? Kung gusto ninyo, you can also use that trigonometric function or the will know whatever you have. And then you will also come up with the same answer, whether you're using StereoNet, the trigonometric function, or that will know, you'll come up with the same. Okay, there's another problem here. Let's go to item number 6, second to the last. A distinctive bed is exposed on a highway road cut. At one end of the cut, the apparent dip of the bed is 256, that's the strike, dipping at 32 degrees. Around the bend in the road, the apparent dip of the same bed trends 125 degrees towards 27. Determine the true dip of the bed. A while ago, we looked at the apparent dip. This time around, we look at the true dip. Sige, so the first thing that you need to do, plot the apparent, those two planes there. Okay? I mean, plot the 256/32s So that point there, yung dalawang point nun, hanapin nyo yung 256.32 as a point. As a point, ha? Ganun din yung 125.270. You look for that point. Hanapin nyo as point yung ano, as a point. So hanapin nyo muna yung 256. Nasa yung 256? Hanapin ang 256. You look for 256. Nasaan yung 256 nyo dyan? 256. 256. Ha? Okay, that's 256. Okay? So, nasan ngayon yung, nasan na tayo? 32 degrees. So, you bring that to the north-south line. So, you count 32 paloob. Oo, alam mo palabas. Ano ba yan? Okay. You put that as point A. A lagyan natin para di magulo. Tapos yung isa, hanapin mo yung 125.27. So you got that 2 points there as a point, di ba? Ang 2 points yung 256 at saka yung 125. Di ba? People, just to visualize it, ha? Again, you look at this plane here. Can I borrow this? Wow. Just to visualize this, we have two planes now, people. No, so no two planes, one plane. Yung isa dito nakuha, apparent dip. Yung isa nakuha, apparent dip dito. Ang hinahabol natin yung true dip. So if we have this one over here, di ba? Pag nilagay ko to, nandito yung point. Correct. Pag dito, nandun yung point. Kumbaga, nandyan. Tama? So para makuha ko yung true dip, dapat ilalagay ko sila sa same level para that would give me the true dip. Parang ito. Kung ito at saka ito nasa same level, that would be the true dip. If I have a point here, a point and a point there, I will make it like this. That would give me also the true dip. So the first thing that you need to do, plot those 2 points there, the 120 something and the 2 something as a point. And once you see that point, whew, okay? For example, people, may isang point ka dito. May isang point ka na plot dito. Hanapin yung look for the arc where they both points lie. So you look for the arc along this where both those 2 points lie. Kung nandun, that would now be the plane and that would be the true dip. Get it? Na-plot na ba? Yung dalawang points na yon. It's not a plane na as a point lang. As a point lang. Gulo-gulo ako sa inyong... Oo, but as a point, yung 256 ninyo, nasaan? So 256, anong dip niyan? Hindi, anong dip, ilang angle niya? So yung 256, lagay mo doon. Gulo na ako rito eh. Ha? Mare, to. Mas maganda to, wala pang sagot to eh. Para sabi ko, wala sa daga. So nasa yung 256 natin. Ito ito mas mali. Nasa yung 256 ito. So dalhin natin siya, kunin natin. Ilang degrees yan? Tipping? 32, 10, 20, 30, 32. There. So, point number 1. Okay? Tapos the other one is 125. Ano? 125. Tapos dipping? Dip angle? 27. Whether I put it there or put it here doesn't really matter. So dito ko lang ito i-measure. 27, 10, 20, 20, 27 is there. This is buoy point 2. Okay? So what I do, I will now look for an arc where they would both lie. There. So isang arc yan. Ito at saka ito. Tama? Ito, same line, nakaslide sila. So I now trace this. So this would now give me the true dip. The true dip there. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, round 60. Ayun na, tapos na. And this would now be the strike of the plane. Di ba? Nasaan na kayo? Yung point nga lang, gulo-gulo ako. Sino pa yung hindi marunong sumagot? Doon ako. Kasi ibig sabihin wala pang plot. Nasaan yung 125.29? Okay, where is that? What is that point? This one. Nasa yung 256, nasa 32. Nasa yung isa? As a point. There. So now you have 2 points. You look for a plane where they would lie in a, they would touch on the same arc. Is that the one? Check if that's the one. Then you trace the arc. Okay? Now that you know the arc, now you can get the true dip. How do you measure the true dip? Along this. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 60 degrees. Gets nyo? Kasi di ba ang ginawa natin, ito kasi they both lie on the same line, right? So that's why this is the true dip. Eh kung meron ka rito apparent dip, tapos meron ka apparent dip dito, eh di i-rotate lang natin same sila. They would para mag-fall sila the same arc there. So that would be the center of gravity. That would be the dip. Get it? Kayo? Hindi pa rin? 52 but 62? 55 sa'yo? Talaga? 60 ka? 60 rin ako eh. Ikaw? Sige. Plot muna sa nitong 2. Yeah, and then, okay, 2, 5, 6. So, lagay natin dyan. So, paano mo mineasure yung 32?
10, 20, 30.
So, 32, 10, 20, 30, 32 there. 0.1. The other one is, so 1, 2, 5 yan. So, you can bring that here also. North-south line doesn't really matter or east-west doesn't really matter. Naku, walaw na, pakipandal na. Okay? So, nasan siya? 27. 10. Come on. 10, 20. Nasan 27? So, this would be number 2. 1 and 2, you put them in the same arc. Rotate it. Oh, di ba? They now lie in the same arc.
So safe.
So this, tingin ko. Now, you can now get the dip. The true dip is this one there. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Parang may mali lang tayo. Anyway, that's the true dip. Okay? Sa akin 60 kasi parang may mali lang sa plate. I don't know, ha? Okay. So unfortunately, I think some of the stereo net is wrong because they're using equal area, not equal angle. Clear? Malalaman niyo yan if you use trigonometry or Wilno diagram, you should come up with the same answer. Now, list ng oras. Sana. Night. Okay. So, if you're gonna look at this, now we're not going to ano na, I'll wrap this up. If you're going to look at this plot, it's quite confusing, no? Kasi ang dami-dami niyang mga lines. But if you want to interpret it in terms of geologic structures, what we can do is to get the pole to that line. So in other words, we want to represent a plane as a point. So if this is a plane, can someone hold this one? Okay? Pwede bang pahawak? If this is a plane, tapos gusto lang natin i-visualize kung ano bang ibig sabihin na to. We can represent this plane as a pole. So as a pole is its projection on the line that is perpendicular to the plane. So if this is the line that is perpendicular to the plane, this is its pole and it's represented by a dot. So to plot the pole, you count 90 degrees from the dip of the arc. Example, if I go back to the previous one, here, let me just go back here, there. Oops. Okay, so for example, this is my plane. This. Okay, that's my plane. I want to represent this as a point, which is the pole of this plane. All I need to do is to count 90 degrees from this point. Right? So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. So this is its pole there. Get it? So para mas mabilis, kung 30 doon, ito yung gitna. Magbilang ka lang ng 30, 10, 20, 30. That is its pole. So that if we have a lot of lines like this, arc like this, you can represent this in terms of a pole dot. If they are concentrated here, it seems that the most of the beds are actually dipping in just one direction. So just to give you an example, because we don't have time anymore, no? Let me just show you. You will be seeing a lot of, diba? If you go back to this, wala siyang ang gulo. So ang ginagawa is we make use of this Carlsbad counting grid. Yung plot natin ng pole, meron tayong ganyan. Plot 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So kung ilan dito, pumasok 3. Ilan ang pumasok dito? 4. Ilan ang pumasok dito? 2. Na poles, okay? And then you grid it. Sample of gridding. You get it? Grid siya. Kung magka-4, ito yung 4. So if we have two population here, 1, 2, anong ibig sabihin? Either you're talking about a antiform or a synform. Kasi if you have beds dipping this way, lahat ng poles na sa kabila. On the other hand, kung nagdidip dito, yung poles na nasa kabila. So you have two population already. Baka itong unit na to formation is actually folded. Understood. Now, of course, this would require a lot of structural reading. Pero kasi kung lahat yan ay ganyan, ang gulo-gulo, di ba? But this best represents it. And in this case, when you are making use of this, right? You use the Carlsbad, di ba? Yun nga. Pag Carlsbad yung gagamitin ninyo, tapos you plot this, you use the equal area. Equal area sa pag-plot ng strike and dip and fold. Then you superimpose it in a cal stick. Then you count the number of folds, you grade it, and you come up with this. Okay? But we don't have time for that. And again, this is just a bonus there. Obviously, I cannot teach everything kasi nga, 1 sem 2 eh, di ba? Yan, no? This is how we do it there. Count, 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 then you grade it. And then you have it there. Okay? Then, if you want to be more complex, o ganyan, or tatlo, 1, 2, and 3. Baka may plunging fold ako rito. Di lang siya upright na ganyan, it's plunging like this. Clear? Okay, I think I'll stop there. Tanggalin ko lang. Randomly lang, no? 5 minutes. I will ask 5 questions here. So, pwede bang mahirap? Ay, hindi pala. Wala. Hindi ko ma-move to. Di ba pwede i-move? Ay. Tama. Galing hawakan. Nasaan yung nasaan yung wala yata yung tanong ko ah. Mm-hmm. Wala. Okay, just as a example lang ng mga questions, no? Ikutan lang tayo, no? Let's start with you. Apparent dip may be equal to the true maximum dip. This statement is true, false, or no conclusion can be drawn. That's false. Apparent dip is always smaller, di ba? Number 2, next, you. As the cross-section becomes more and more oblique to the maximum dip, the apparent dip will, A, become less until it becomes 0, where the cross-section is perpendicular to the strike of the bed, becomes less until a maximum dip angle is achieved when the cross-section is perpendicular to the dip. Again, becomes less until a maximum dip angle is achieved when the cross-section is perpendicular to the strike of the beds. C, increase until a certain dip angle is achieved. D, increase regardless of the obliquity. E, none of the above. Again, as the cross-section becomes more and more oblique to the maximum dip, the apparent dip should be what? becomes less until it becomes 0, where the cross-section is perpendicular to the strike. B becomes less until a maximum dip is achieved when the cross-section is perpendicular to the strike of the beds. C increase until a certain dip angle is achieved. D increase regardless of obliquity. E none of the above. What? Huh? None of the above. Because, di ba, the cross-section becomes more and more oblique to the maximum dip. The apparent dip will become smaller until the cross-section is not perpendicular but rather parallel to the strike of the bed. Strike. Where is the strike? This one. If I make the cross-section parallel to the strike, what you see is 0 as demonstrated yesterday. So it's a tricky question. It's not perpendicular, it's parallel. Next. Isa lang ha, tig-isa lang kayo, no? Okay? U. A thrust fault in an orogenic belt showing the direction of displacement towards its interior or contrary to the tectonic transport direction is called what? A thrust fault in orogenic belt showing the direction of displacement towards its interior or contrary to that tectonic transport direction is called what? A. Back thrust. B. Piggyback. C. Ramp. D. Clip. E. Window. It's A. Contrary nga. It's back thrust. I did not mention that, but you should be able to know. Next. You. A system of planar rotating normal faults in which the dip of a particular stratigraphic datum is approximately constant is called what? A. Domino faults. B. Systematic normal faults. C. Listric faults. D. Curvilinear faults. E. Systematic curvilinear faults. Again, a system of planar rotating normal faults in which the dip of a particular stratodatum is approximately constant. It's called A. Domino faults. B. Systematic normal faults. C. Listric faults. D. Curvilinear faults. E. Systematic curvilinear faults. It's domino, correct. Next. What is the square root of 36? Hindi siyempre yung tanong mo pa ba? Bigla kasi sa board, bigla na lumilitaw. Ano ang national costume? May ganun-ganun, nakakabuisit. Okay? An arrangement of faults with the same shear sense that are geometrically and kinematically linked to form a series of lensoidal or sigmoidal forces is called what? A. Ramp. B. Piggyback. C. Flat. D. Duplex. E. Geometric coupling. Again, an arrangement of faults with the same shear sense that are geometrically and kinematically linked to form a series of lensoidal or sigmoidal forces is called what? A. Ramp. B. Piggyback. C. Flat. D. Duplex. E. Geometric coupling. It's duplex, correct. Next. Sino na susunod? Okay. A recumbent of an isoclinal fold with definite asymmetry that has transported for several, parang mali ito. Hindi, wag to. Pangit yan, pangit. Okay. On a 1:50,000 topo map with contour interval of 20 meters, what is the actual distance between 2 points separated by 2 centimeter length of the map? Again, a 50,000 topo on a 1:50,000 topo map with contour interval of 20 meters. What is the actual distance between 2 points separated by 2 centimeter length of the map? Alam niyo, huwag kayong maguluhan dito. Walang pakialam ka sa contour interval, di ba? So 1:50,000 is 1 centimeter is equivalent to 500 meters. Di ba? Cancel 2, 0. 1 centimeter is to 500 meters. So pag 2 centimeters ka, ilang meters yon? Ha? 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters is how many kilometers? 1. So yun na yung sagot. Wala dito, none of the above. Next. Sino susunod? Ay, hindi natin naturo ito eh. Anyway, sige, palitan natin. A 15-mile road stretch is represented in a 1:10,000 map by what length in centimeters? A, 241 centimeters. B, 131 centimeters. C, 220 centimeters. D, 321. E, none of the above. A 15-mile road stretch is represented in 1:10,000 map by what length? O, di ba? Nganga na. So, alimin nyo na lang. Next. Nganga na eh. Di ba? So, alam nyo na. Next. Sino susunod? Sino ba susunod? Ikaw? Mabait ka ba? Sino? Okay. Which of the following is not true for normal faults? A, the maximum principal stress is vertical and corresponds to gravitational load. B, pure dip slip only happens if the extension direction is perpendicular to the strike of the fault plane. C, the sense of simple shear movement on these faults implies contraction of the block parallel to sigma 1 and extension parallel to sigma 3. D, all of the above. E, none of the above. Which of the choices is or not true? Daya nito, none of the above. Correct. Next. 4 minutes. Parang hindi ko na mabigay yung iba rito kasi ano na eh, what we call this, problem solving kasi. So I don't think you should be able to do this, no? Pero sige lang, magtanong na lang ako ng isa lang na pwede bang hindi structural? Kasi panay maths na to eh. Diba? The Lubingan Formation, first named by Rutland in 1968 and consisting of slightly metamorphosed plastic and volcanic rocks, is mainly found in what province? Siyempre, nga na, no? Nueva Ecija. Next. The 2013 Bohol earthquake was at magnitude of what? 7.2. Galing nga. Oh, huli na. Alas 3 na eh. Ito, hindi ko na ituro, pero fault propagation by extension is a what? A, mode 1, B, mode 2, C, mode 3, D, mode 4, E, none of the above. When you're talking about extension, just a simple fracture like this. That is a mode 1. Pag fault, mode 2. Okay? Na kapag perpendicular yung sliding, pag shearing, okay, parallel to the fault tip line, that's mode 3. Ha? Next nga, uli na. When determining slip versus separation, this is a line found on both fault blocks that was originally continuous before faulting. The magnitude of the vector containing both ends of the fault line defines the slip on the fault. What do you call this line? A, piercing line. B, intersection line. C, heave. D, throw. E, net slip. What? Piercing line. Anyway. Okay, unfortunately, we've run out of time and I'm also a bit tired already. There are still a lot of things that you need to study. Unfortunately, again, I cannot teach you everything because for obvious reason, we do not have enough time. But regardless, I can only wish you good luck. You just have to do your best, whatever the outcome is. For as long as you did your best, it doesn't really matter. So with that, maraming salamat and goodbye.
Thank you so much, Don Carlo, for your invaluable insight on structural geology. On behalf of everyone present, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your time, expertise, and the knowledge you have imparted to us. Your
May
passion
bigla.
and dedication as a token of our appreciation, we would like to thank the symbol for our immense gratitude for your our and our personal and professional growth. Thank you again, Dr.
Okay, salamat. Thank you. Ah, thank you. Nakatago. Nakatago pa. Sige, mag-donate ako mamaya. 'Di ba? I'll donate 2,000 sa inyo. Yan. Pwede ba? Magkano ba 'to? Baka naman 2,000 lang. Okay lang naman. 'Di ba? Eh, so dun sa student organization, oh, para sa inyo. Salamat. Okay, thank you. Sige.
We would like to request everyone for a photo op with Dr. Carla again.
Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Yes. Ako na naman tatawa ako. Okay, thank you. Salamat sa inyo.
Once again, we thank Dr. Carlo, and we also would like to thank our review for your presence. We may now leave the conference hall and the Zoom. Thanks,
Thank you. Gila ko lang ha.